And hello everyone. Hopefully all is the audio okay? Okay, yeah, audio is okay, good. I can hear stuff. I was afraid you guys couldn't hear stuff, but we're good. All right, so we're gonna have 3 USA sets tonight. Cryptic versus Ribosaur, followed by Honeybadger versus Kalpit, and Capschow versus Hestia. So let's see what we got here. This is, I think, still the pre-qualifiers. Oh, Emu might be playing too. Is Emu playing? That is... Oh, Emu's playing. It's just tomorrow. We might cast Emu. He plays in 3 hours. Let's see if I can find this game on the schedule. There we are. So once they draft, we'll be ready to go. Oh, it looks like they're drafting. Lovely, lovely. Overlay setup. Daniel is in here. Daniel has played. Yes, Daniel has played. We casted Daniel the other day. And group everything in OBS together for myself so I can turn it on and off more easily. Boom, there we are. And welcome in. We got Cryptic versus Ribosaur. The first map will be Cross. And the new water balance. And a 4v4 loading screen that is taking forever. How long should you wait before deciding the game will never start? I'd say about 5 minutes. It is, sometimes you'll be surprised how long it takes for PCs to load the maps from this game from 1999. A lot of the new map scripts have been added, and they end up taking a really long time to generate, particularly for 4v4s. So I'd say give it a good wait. USA Cup Peace Prize. Oh boy. And Only Cats, hello Only Cats. From presumably General Douglas MacArthur. That's one heck of a Peace Prize. You found a ton of rock. And what is the use for said rock? Yeah. Now you can start your own stone mine in your backyard. You can build your own stone walls now to fence in the backyard and protect the stone mine from invaders. You just need some villagers to mine it. You might need to collect some gold for that. Pay them. What are we going to see on Cross? Japanese or Portuguese against Malay or Italians, probably. Romans could also be used. Probably not Cumans. Cumans are for voyagers, maybe. Your set is tomorrow. Nice. Nice. And like I said, I'm going to do as much casting of this as I can. And as soon as I'm done casting tonight, I head to the gym. I think it should be Japanese versus Italians. I mean, I feel like Japanese could be saved for migration too. I mean, either way, between Portuguese and Japanese, and then Malay and Italians, they're using one for cross and one for migration. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I love baskets. Lons to you. Everyone get a good lons in the chat. Get the lons is starting for baskets. Lons the baskets. Lawns, yes, lawns. The game still isn't loaded. You might just want to Alt F4 then. It might be time to give up. If it hasn't loaded that long. The problem is you might still get a queue timeout. The question is, will the queue timeout be longer than the loading screen? Did you happen to change your system clock while loading into the game in an attempt to send an email? That doesn't seem like you're sending it in the middle of the night. If so, that might have caused your queue to be 25 hours long. Just saying, I've seen that happen to someone before. What is up, cultured gentlemen? Hello, hello. You've done that before. I have seen it cause a 25-hour queue before queue was finally canceled. But yes, there are some queue bugs, indeed. So we'll wait for this game to get started. I'm gonna guess Portuguese Malay, but that might be an incorrect guess. I have a bit of a headache today, so we'll see if I'm really up for casting. An allergy is starting to get to me. And okay, Ribosaur even taking yellow as a color, being created. And it is Japanese Italians, I was wrong. They're using their migration sieves on cross. Let's see, we got a 2-minute spec delay, taking this very seriously. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, Creepers Leo. That would be the migration matchup, but nope. It's gonna be Malay and Portuguese. Either way, they're all 4 good hybrid civs and 4 good monk civs, so they all fit migration. Japanese with Cav Archer is pretty well suited to cross, though. That is pretty open. If you load Minesweeper after setting your clock to 24-hour time. Minesweeper's fun. You get to do some puzzles with numbers. Are Bulgarians competitive? No, they're not. Bulgarians might be the last picked civ in the game for a wide variety of settings. Arena 4v4, they can be okay as a siege civ, but yeah, Bulgarian's not really a priority pick anywhere. I still think Krepos drops can be kind of nasty, but they've completely been supplanted by fortified churches. Alright, just about to load in. First game on cross, a map I'm sure we're all familiar with. This is a best of 3, so there will be a bit of an elo difference. I think Cryptic's usually around 1800. Why is Koreans banned so often? Because they're strong. People don't want to play against Koreans. So here we have Ribosaur as the yellow Italians to the northwest, and Cryptic as the blue Japanese to the southeast. Cryptic could do a full wall, but it would be a very big wall around his base. This is cross, so there are ponds in each of the corners. Each of the ponds will, by the looks of it, have 8 deep fish. That's a bird. Not count the bird. The bird will fly away, but 8 deep fish for players to go and collect from the ponds in each of the corners. Now, the Japanese will, of course, have faster working fishing ships. The Italians, cheaper fishing ships. And whereas in the past we saw lots of sneakvilles and forward docks, I imagine we'll see that a bit less these days, simply because of the garrisoning and dock mechanic. You're not going to do as much damage to the fishing eco. So, Cryptic here, just taking the sheeps. 3-ville start, so very standard. Borlore is looking pretty easy. The downside for him is that his gold's going to be very far forward. And his second gold even kind of far forward. So he'll need to find a way to protect them. This has a second gold out here that's neutral. Now he walls his base, is now probably going to have to be out here in front of this gold, then make a cut to the TC from up here. And then a bit of walling there, and then he's really safe. And you wall out here, and eventually work on getting the full wall. You can also wall the entire map. This map sometimes can be very wallable. And here you see Cryptic has a nice line of forests that go basically straight across the map. Ribosaur a bit more open over on the southwest of his base. Ribosaur adding in a few houses. So the elo's 1549 to 1819. So that's less than 300 points of elo difference. This is, I think, the closest matchup we've had. You could find a way to play this map open. I mean, it's fun if you can. I think it's more fun if the map is open. Ribosaur so far 5 on wood, pushing in the deer. Has to be ready to go for the dock soon. Cryptic doing the house on the way to the dock. I thought Ribosaur might have done extra house too early, and that might delay the dock. So instead of those 2 houses, what you'd be doing is a house on the way to the water, and then you do the dock, and then the next house. Yeah, you do kind of want to use your scout to protect the dock, Bill, if you're not doing loom. And, ooh, Vills will take the sheep. And we'll shoot the TC, so a bit of mismanagement under the TC so far. That'll cause a bit of idle time. FC Samurai would be epic. I mean, Infantry Ram has proven to be pretty darn strong on hybrid maps. Honestly, it wouldn't be the weirdest option considering how safe fish are these days, especially the Japanese ones, to go for a fast castle. Don't know if Samurai would be the option, but FC Samurai Ram? That'd be fun at least. FC Cav Archer maybe could be a thing, or just even FC Crossbow. You amass the crossbows on the way up. Or you amass archers on the way up to turn into crossbows. That deer is having an adventure. You see, oh my gosh, that deer doesn't want to get pushed in. Does not want to pathfind around that straggler tree. Cryptic's just like, I'll take it out here. Grumpy at it, doesn't want to just keep running around like it's been doing. That's where the frustration builds up into shooting the boar with the TC, but you're thankful that you can do that now. So more fishing ships for Cryptic. We'll have the dock north from Ribosaur. Remember, you can set the gather point while the dock's under construction now. And you gotta keep paying attention to your idle hills. There we go, now the fishing ship on the fish. Bill's chopping that bamboo forest around, or that bamboo tree around the TC. No one taking the fruit bushes. There was a Reddit post the other day asking what these fruits are. If you look in the random map files, this bush isn't called fruit bush, it's called DLC orange bush. So I guess these yellow fruits are supposed to be orange. So someone, or they're supposed to be oranges. So if there's an answer as to why that is, I'd love to know. Yellow oranges ruining your immersion. The thing that ruins my immersion is the gold and the coloring of the gold being all gold now instead of gray with bits of gold inside of it. I miss that from original AOC. I'll have to like redo that someday and get proper gold textured or stone textured gold mines. It's like pineapples. Nope, the pineapple bush is its own thing. That's a new thing. That's a new bush. They do look like unripe oranges. Do unripe oranges change color? Do they change from yellow to orange at some point? Is it hard being so handsome? It is like that episode of SpongeBob where Squidward is too handsome. Now, that is very much a documentary. So, scout from Ribosaur finding Cryptic's dock. Cryptic did go for a second dock. That wasn't scouted, just missed. And Cryptic will be forward. He did scout Ribosaur's dock too. And he's up slightly faster, but Ribosaur up around 13 seconds behind. So no idle time versus 13 idle time, or 13 seconds of idle time. I would see the elo difference there a bit, but Ribosaur did add a couple of extra fishing chips while Cryptic was spending the wood on that second dock. Now Cryptic trying to wall up, using the gold as part of the wall. I'll go for a more compact wall based on that first lumber camp. Still can go over here and across in front of that wood line. As an adult, you eat one single crop for the rest of your life? What about Burgundian vineyards? And double bit axe for Ribosaur. That's in already for Cryptic. His collected's still pretty close. I think you can tell things feel open until he got housed. Maybe just ever so slightly more efficient for Cryptic. He's housed. This is the downside of building lots of things at once. Double docks and a TC. Oh, and he might be losing a Vil here. Hold on a minute. Ribosaur gonna engage the scout. Try to take the hill advantage as much as possible. It has to get out now. Now archers and a spear. So archer, spear opening for Ribosaur. Scout's opening for Cryptic as he tries to wall up. And I think this is where Cryptic will probably be aiming for the castle age if he keeps his food sources protected. You do need to remember to do fishing lines now, because fishing ships themselves are nerfed. Who knows what the food you buy at the market is? We could look at the markets and determine what type of food it is. What am I gonna say with free fishing lines? That's the next DLC. Next DLC, free fishing lines. Burgundians do get it discounted and an age early. Who knows, Dark Age Fish Boom might even be better than free. Warrior farms and bombard mills. So scouts from Cryptic still running around in the back. Not able to do anything with all the walling. Maybe get in through here, but don't want to dare it. Maybe fearing a potential spear. This army only one spear with it, but no upgrades on Cryptic scouts, and yeah, he's just looking to go up to the castle age. So is Ribosaur. I think the Japanese might struggle a bit against Genoese crossbowmen. Yeah, Italian's one of those rare civs that has the full capture age tech tree displayed. All the blacksmith upgrades, all the eco upgrades. Bloodlines and ballistics. And there's fletching for Ribosaur, swapping into the archers, coming forward. And since the gold was part of the wall and not behind the wall, that could be harassed. There's gold outside, so Cryptic does have to worry about his gold. Forward workshop hitting the gold, while Ribosaur does something to maintain control over here, maybe a tower. That could be pretty sick. Are there any civs that don't get ballistics? I think everyone gets ballistics. Even the bolus riders. Okay, Cryptic scouts getting in. Archery range, not gonna go up. Buildings for the next stage are there already. But time to buy up. Ribosaur is thinking Cryptic already up. Stop scout production at 5 scouts, has now 5 skirms to deal with the archers and spears. He'll be trying to hunt down that army. Won't be too far from finding it. Bloodlines for Cryptic, but ooh, finally, we have a forward Vil. But Cryptic prepared for a forward Vil. He is patrolling that shoreline with a galley, ready to find the Vil, and ready to deny the dock. Now, if that Vil has insane dance moves, maybe he could dodge the galley, still get the dock up, but that's going to be a deleted dock and a retreated Vil, but has to be careful as the scouts come forward. Now, Cryptic, he's going to have a Vil forward himself that will be spotted by the army from Ribosaur. So both players might lose their attempt at a forward-ville. Can the scouts save the Ville in time? Cryptic will try to run away and zigzag. Here come the scouts. 3 HP left on the Ville, and the scouts will engage before any upgrades come in. It's all up to that spear and the pokes that it can get. Cryptic wants to pick that off. That's 2 scouts down. Nice, wonderful spear. That fight could not have gone any better for Ribosaur. Skirms were not there for Cryptic. He's just moving forward now. And that Ville, he's pulling back. Was it worth that many scouts to save the Ville? Japanese CA, no, Japanese, everyone goes Japanese CA. Our base would be Celts. Our base would be Celt CA. So 3 range, Cav Archers for Cryptic, no surprise there. Crossbows will be the play for Ribosaur. No one on stone, but you think maybe Genoese crossbowmen at some point become a good option. This interior wall here could be deleted to give access to the stone. Yeah, we need 4 of those Baltic emotes for each of the lakes. This is a 4 times Baltic map basically. Yeah, Genoese crossbowmen in the chat, always a good option. Condottieri is the Italians? Probably not against the Japanese. The Japanese, they do have hand cannoneers, so I mean, maybe that's a situation that happens, but probably don't want to go Condottieri against an archer unit, and not the Cav Archers. So forward workshop for Cryptic, who on, or no, actually forward workshop for Ribosaur. Cryptic on 2 TCs will be booming a bit. Ballistics now on the way for Cryptic. And that'll be enough crossbows now with +2 armor. The workshop, I think that should be able to go up. Crossbow is just about in, and Cryptic losing his army a bit. Okay, things looking a bit like Cryptic's on the back foot here. And will there be a cannibal save? They'd need to implement longer lasting corpses first, so it's probably a long ways away, if ever. There was a cannibal mod for some T90 community games. Now, here we're seeing the fact that the Cav Archer itself strictly is a stronger unit than the Crossbowman, but a lot of Cav Archers went down for Cryptic, opening up a 10-ville lead. Losing a lot of army. Same for Ribosaur, though. Same for Ribosaur, and no siege being queued yet. No siege. Where is cannibalism in the South American DLC? I know that there is the Emu Warrior carries a mummy on its back and heals when it dies. Yeah, that's true also. Japanese CA doing +2 damage to the archers. Japanese CA are insane, and now they're about to get on the gold. Once again, using the gold as part of the wall. Instead of walling in front of it. Will backfire if the Cav Archers actually do move in on it. Now, Cryptic may be looking for a dock first, or just head in the general direction. We'll have to deal with the Mangonels. Has his own workshop and defensive Mangonels, but they might be downhill. There the CA with ballistics hitting villas on the gold. CA getting their armor now. I'll mark it up for Cryptic. And Cryptic trying to take another fight against crossbows. Cav Archers not win the numbers to take that. Almost, but not quite. Especially with the Skirm edition now, makes it harder. So crossbow, Skirm, Mangonel combo for Ribosaur. Cryptic will have to out-micro this. Same time, he wants to get in. Ribosaur has to idle the eco to run vills around. Is down by 2k res collected. And ooh, Cryptic loses his Mangonel. Mangonel getting lower on HP. Mangonel hits the Skirm. And everything cleaned up. Those Japanese Cav Archers, crazy. And Ribosaur's gonna call the GG. Well, down by 20 vills, losing the army. I guess that's fair. Lost everything to the Japanese Cav Archers, which are incredibly strong. So GGH. Nothing really fancy that game from Cryptic, just fish booming. Growing up at a good time, keeping the eco running for a few scouts, not taking much damage from the early pressure, and carrying that through to a win. That hard counter to Italians? I think that the Japanese cav archers still struggle against Genoese crossbowmen. Says Japanese over the Malay. And we'll look for game number 2. Now remember, before everyone asks, this is only a best of 3, okay? A best of 3, but there are 5 total maps. Only up to 3 of them will be played, and Ribosaur now can pick home maps. But there are some extra maps. Just like the Civ draft has extra civs, the map draft has extra maps. So Voyageurs or South Dakota Badlands are Ribosaur's home maps. You can also pick Land Bandits of Migration, Cryptic's home maps. When I played with Cryptic in Nations Cup 2023, our team picked Migration as the home map for most of our sets. Now 1v1 in the current water meta with the fish garrisoning is very different. But I always had fun playing on the flanks, microing the galleys. It looks like Voyageurs will be next. Remember, there are some scouting horses. And it'll be Hindustanis for Cryptic and Chinese for Ribosaur. Incredibly versatile between Genoese crossbows and condottieri. Well, the real key was using Italians back in the original African kingdoms, when you also had Malians on your team. And the Malians were insane back then. They could go Malian condottieri with all the extra pierce armor back when condottieri was stronger. Malians had halbs back then. The wood discount for the Malians applied to their farms, so they had a better eco. Oh, they were sick. Wrong civ X'd out. Oh, right. Thank you. It was the Italians, not the Malians. X'd out the wrong water civ. Talking about the Italians and X'd out the wrong civ. Alright. Time for the special extra water from under the table. Why did I play? I just haven't really played AoE 2 in a while, other than some casual games. Haven't been a fan of the DLCs and new civs and stuff. Can't really pick maps in matchmaking, so it's not really been fun for me to play. If I were playing more often, I'd sign up, but just wasn't really feeling it. I need to get some of the DLCs for the civs too. I still don't have Romans, Armenians, or Georgians. Maybe I can bug someone to send me a code. So this is Voyageurs' clown construction of the mines of Welcome to Rapture and Marintho. There's a lot going on the map. Very pretty fall-colored trees. This is supposed to be in northern Minnesota. Are Asian maple trees there? I don't know. I wonder if we could change their name to from Tree Asian Maple to just Tree Maple. Or if there's another string, we could... Or just Autumn Forest Tree. They're not oak trees, so I wouldn't want to call them an oak autumn tree. I guess that's maybe the best we can do. But they look pretty and they fit in. Just say maple trees fit the area. The same way I use those monkey puzzle trees from Araucarias. Or for the Araucarias map in Brazilian Dynasty. Even though technically they're more of a Chilean or Argentinian tree. They're similar to trees in the region in Brazil, so I could get away with it. Nope, they would just become a non-existent string. I can rename it by giving it the ID number of another string. I could write a mod that changes the string, but then everyone would need to have the mod. And it would change it for everything in the game, not just one map. So I don't think I can change strings for one map. All the strings are supported in many languages, so you can set the ID and then the ID changes for all languages. You can't set custom text like that directly in the map script. So also, this map has a bunch of horses. The horses were not intended to be capturable, but you can capture them now and use them as scouts. Lots of little assets on the map that I absolutely love. These little leaves are beautiful. These leaves on the ground, absolutely gorgeous. I'm gonna have to make. I'm working on Warlords. I'm gonna try to remake Black Forest a bit to have the autumn theme. I'm gonna add more themes to it. I'll do that tonight after casting. Does it shoot arrows as well? The outpost? Yes, it has a very short range. And we saw the other day we casted Jafar's set, and he sent 3 vills or 4 vills and knocked it down. It doesn't have murder holes, but only has 2 attack. So it takes 40 arrows to kill a loomed villager. So I think that might actually be a reasonable way to start the game. Send 4 vills to knock that down, and then take the foxes from your enemy. Is that what Ribosaur is going to do? Is Ribosaur listening to the stream? Is he getting some ideas? Oh, he might be doing it. He might be doing it. Might have seen Jafar's game. So fortified outpost out here as this lovely blonde-haired horse runs around, scouting for Cryptic. And here they go. Let's go, villagers. Yeah, take all the foxes in FC. There is a total of 700 gold, 20 foxes. In my experience, you get 31 gold per fox if you take him with 1 vill. You get 33 gold if you take it with... Or is it 34? You get 34 gold if you take it with 3 vills. And Cryptic's gonna lose his outpost, and then all these foxes will no longer be his. Yeah, that vill might want to get back because it's low on HP, but outpost will go down just fine. A mill. Oh, there's also hunt here if you want to mill and take the hares. There's also hunt. You don't have to just take the foxes. Foxes don't need to drop off site. If you want to mill something and take the hares, you can go ahead and skip milling your own berries. If Cryptic's auto-scouting, the scouts will take the same path as each other. I'm getting the caster's curse? What is the caster's curse? I say something and then it happens? Oh, Cryptic, he's gonna go for it too. He's gonna go for it. 7 vills, let's go. He's played William Wallace. He knows if you see an outpost, you have to knock it down. Yeah, he's returning the favor and then some. Millin, vill fighting. Oh, finish Loom first. Finish Loom. Okay, now you're good. Without Loom, it'll do 2 damage, and you need Loom for the Pierce Armor. And drush? You can't drush. I mean, yeah, you could drush the foxes, I guess, and then lame them? So that there's no gold on them. You could also just take them yourself. I mean, it is a longer walk. But this is a very, very pretty map. The mud terrain here. Then in the northern and southern corners, we have this grass, flowers, and I guess deep water layered texture. This is just grass, but it looks kind of flooded with some oysters and gold on it. Is that mine? Nope, this is Marintho and Welcome to Rapture. I'll need to get all the USA Cup maps added to my overlay too. You've been to South Dakota when you were a child. Okay, that's our other map. That's Ribosaur's other home map, the South Dakota Badlands. I've never been to South Dakota. I have been to Minnesota before, but not this far north. I used to fly through MSP Airport all the time when I lived in Wisconsin. Scouts fighting up here. Horse could block scouts in a scout fight. Looks like Ribosaur is trying to get the hill. Canadians should qualify. Should Greenland qualify too? I don't think we can go by those standards. Lily Bear is playing. She's from Canada. I think she's living in the US, but she has a Canadian flag on her profile. Is each map inspired by a state? Not necessarily. I mean, there are standard maps like Cross or Arena, but this map in particular is inspired by some lakes in northern Minnesota between the Minnesota and Canadian border. Yep, remember, we read the handbook the other day. The sentence saying the nationality or residency requirements was incomplete, but we inspired Paradox to fix his handbook. So both players up to the castle age. Nothing real exciting happening other than some castle age timings. Canadians and leaving Canada. Hey, Chris is still there. I'll need to go cast some Chris games. I see that he's still playing. Double bit axe for Cryptic, and we'll have a forward barracks for Ribosaur. Now these walls here are fort walls. They look really pretty too. Extra tall palisades, but they're also extra strong. 2,500 HP is more than a stone wall would have. In the castle age, stone walls have 1,800 HP. And port gates are ridiculously strong, too. It's strong for twigs. This is good old Minnesotan wood used to craft these walls. Don't be hating on the wood. Also, I mean, they can get oak trees, Asian maple trees. Lots of different types of wood they can use in construction there. But all these maple trees look really pretty. Do you need to dock in order to get to those islands? Nope, you can walk across, just as Cryptic's here going for a TC on the stone. But you can dock if you want to. You can dock if you want to. Another TC up in the north here from Cryptic. So he's going for a 3 TC boom, whereas Let's Go Ribosaur, as the Chinese, has had a pretty good boom, ahead in res collected, adding in the Siege Workshop. Let's go. A bit of idle TC time, a bit more than you'd probably want. But let's go workshop push on this island TC from Cryptic. Push the stone, ensure Cryptic can't get stone access so we can't castle, then maybe we got something going. Is this gonna be Fire Lancer Rams? Let's go. Double barracks Fire Lancer Ram, even with all the horses. Okay, let's see, Cryptic has scouted it. So with the horses, you can scout it more easily, and he's just saying, all right, I'll finish the TC and I'll run. What's that? Defensive workshop for him. Pathfinding with the spotty forests must be rough. Definitely can get interesting, for sure. Yeah, 0 on food, total all in. Let's go. Also, Twitch says it's going to play an ad in 3 minutes. I'm going to hope that's only a 30-second ad. I'll do my best to snooze it if I can. Oh, rocket cart there. So Fire Lancer, Ram, rocket cart. Oh, wait, does Ribosaur know the TC's here? Oh, Ribosaur hasn't scouted the TC. Ribosaur hasn't seen the TC. Cryptic has 5 horses. He's the lord of horses. And there we go. Ram at the gate. Our Fire Lancer's coming forward. That rocket cart needs to take out the walling vills. Stone gate for Cryptic immediately behind it. You see how much more HP the fort gate has than the stone gate? And that rocket carts will stop the rewalling. Is this the more vulnerable area to be pushed? I would have really liked just scouting and keeping track of the stone mine, because then you'd stop defensive castles from Cryptic, or even defensive towers. Oh no, Ribosaur, don't mangonel your own Vil. 1-1 KD for Ribosaur, 0-0 for Cryptic. Some Argeedon strats from Ribosaur. But the push continues as Guard Tower finishes for Cryptic. And he'll rely upon the Guard Tower to defend against the rocket carts. As these Palisades. That's what the 2P Palisades could be. Okay, Rocket Cart and Mangonel trade. But the workshop for Cryptic's out here. It might be hard for him to get Mangonels in the right positions. And now that Guard Tower only defends part of the TC, and Cryptic also realizing the downside of his workshop positioning, doing another one at home. Now the Vills trying to fight the Rams. The Vills will win. Fire Lancers need to get back. Ribosaur doesn't want to lose them under the TC. He has another Ram he can garrison again. Ooh, just needs to get all the Rams at once and not trickle them in. Taking out this house would be nice. Getting another hole in the wall away from the Guard Tower might also be nice. There, though, is another Guard Tower from Cryptic. And now is the time maybe for the Rocket Carts to go try to splash the Vills on that Guard Tower. Does Ribosaur see it? Now he does. Now he does. He sees one Vill building, but it goes up. Now the Guard Towers, they don't actually cover the Rocket Carts out here. I think it's the same problem. I think the Rocket Carts actually just need to shoot the Ram now. Yeah, they don't want the Vills destroy it for free. Oh, Cryptic repairing the farm. Absolutely beasting repairing the farm. But still taking some pressure, has to be careful. Ribosaur mangonelling his own Fire Lancers a bit. That TC is very, very weak. Under 200 HP. Cryptic not going to repair anymore. That's a lot of farms he's abandoning if he leaves this base. That is one TC down. And as much as he's booming, it's only 12 to 27. Ribosaur might need some Vills behind this. Cryptic Scout is trapped inside. And if Ribosaur had been doing this with any type of economy behind it, maybe that would be a bit better. Yeah, hammer those crops to repair them. I think they fixed the bug. I need to try it again, but I think they fixed the bug that you could heal farms with monks. That was the best way to heal your fish traps too, using your monks. So Cryptic with 2 Guard Towers will go and build a mill on his farms to reclaim them. Yellow does not see the TC. No, does not see it. Oh, I totally forgot to snooze the ad. Apologies on Twitch. They're going after the Fire Lancer. Lancer down, but here come 3 Rocket Carts with a bit of a hill bonus. That should be able to take a Guard Tower. Yeah, but apologies if you had a 30-second ad. I totally forgot to Alt-Tab and click snooze. You know what we can do? We can mod I love baskets. Then he can help snooze ads if we need to. So this TC for Cryptic still mining stone. And all that stone he's mined has let him do defensive Guard Towers. Problem is, he might be out of stone for castles if he has to do another Guard Tower. I mean, well, technically only 1 died to friendly fire, but a lot of them suffered friendly fire and then were killed by the Guard Towers of the TC. Now Cryptic's fairly well defended, but he also has to worry about gold control. Gold control on this map is kind of tricky. You need to secure those corners for big masses of gold. Get around 10,000 gold in each of them. Oh, the Fire Lancers kill a horse. You got an ad, why do you have a sword now? So that you can snooze future ads. That's why. You can help me keep them between the games and not during the games. Heal fish traps? Yep, it actually cost wood. The fish trap would be out to sea. Nothing could reach it but the power of the monk. He'd stand on the coastline. You'd heal the fish trap. You'd spend wood healing it, but it would heal super fast. Farms healed very slowly. I made a video, or I made a clip about that in one of Viper's 30 tips in AoE2 videos a few years ago. Also, some of these trees are a bit snowy. Get some autumn snow vibes. Not much snow on the map, but a couple of snowy trees mixed in. All the way down by the swamps in the corners. Okay. Feeling maybe a bit of late autumn. Or, I mean, Minnesota's cold in the fall. Early autumn. Snowfall. Ads are a very American thing. I mean, they are country-based, so in some sense, yes. Ribosaur's got to be careful with these Fire Lancers. Now the Vil count's definitely in Cryptic's favor. Now it's up 53 to 31. And the rocket carts are going down to the guard towers now. They need to be repaired. If you have 3 or 4 rocket carts, then you can push guard towers as long as you're repairing properly. Oh, no, now he's going to kill his own Fire Lancers, though. Okay, now the Fire Lancers... they didn't count as kills there, but I think they were killed by the tower. I don't even know what happened there. There's the GG, and Cryptic will win that set 2-0. Congrats to Cryptic. Nice strat from Ribosaur, but I think just maybe not familiar enough with capturing the horses on the map, and then scouting to find the TC. If he had known that TC were there, that would have been a much easier push, and then you deny Cryptic from taking stone, so you keep the push going to the TC. Maybe a bit questionable to go full YOLO without any actual eco behind it. 0 on food for a while. But GG's. How do you snooze ads? There'll be a thing in the Twitch chat that tells you they can be snoozed. You'll see it. That's at 22 to 15 KD for Cryptic. Better eco for him. Better castle time. And well done for Cryptic. GG's, very rusty but fun games. Also never played this map before, was very scared. Yeah, we were watching that. I feel that if yellow had just, I mean, there's an elo difference, right? Like 1500 to 1800, but a bit tighter eco management for that push, along with scouting and pushing this TC on the outside, and I think he had something going. Fire Lancer Ram is scary. But also the fact you had Bodkin for everything, and he only had the first armor for the Fire Lancers. That hurts him too. So GG's Cryptic. We're going to have another set coming up soon. Let me check the schedule and hope the schedule's correct. It was Honeybadger versus Kalpit, and I think this is in the second round. So this set's going to come up in about 10 minutes or so. We'll just kill a bit of time before we get there. Honeybadger versus Kalpit. Yeah, this is the second round. At one point you had like 3 Vils working out of 30. And Capita Amora 69, thank you for the follow. Yeah, with the initial push, even though he wasn't queuing Vils, it was still only like a 10 Vil difference. So it definitely was a strong push. Well, there are so many little nuances in the build orders for those pushes that you need to learn to be effective. Wish you luck. Good luck, Kalpit. May your games be as entertaining as your previous set. I should put this in the title. Honeybadger versus Kalpit. That first round was amazing, Kalpit. I know it was rough for you, but that was amazing to watch. Let me update my YouTube too. So this will happen in about 10 minutes, so we have a bit of a break to kill some time. So I hope you all are having a wonderful Monday. The phone repair place didn't call me back. There, let's see, my phone's not doing it now. I've been showing it off. I've been getting a vertical purple line up and down my phone. It's intermittent. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. But they were supposed to call me today with the replacement screen. And they didn't call me. So tomorrow morning, I think I'll give them a call. And Monsieur Sulu, hello, hello. Hello, Barbaros. Yeah, everyone say GLHF to Kalpit. And if Honeybadger's around, GLHF to Honeybadger. We might also cast Emu Warrior. Emu's supposed to start in, I think, 2 hours. Emu technically the #1 overall seed because he was in the top 4 and was randomly picked first from the top 4. But I think Daniel definitely the heavy favorite among the USA players for this event. Emu's been grinding and improving, though. Elu is a fun player to watch if it's a close elo gap. What if it's a big elo gap? As we are still in the rounds of having some big elo gaps. I mean, despite that, the games have still been fun. And hopefully people can learn from them if they're watching their games back. We also have Capped Jaw versus Hestia in an hour, and then Emu after that. And we'll do what we can to cast as much as we can. Maybe they couldn't call me because the repair shop's phone is broken? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know where they actually get the screen from. Because they said it would take, like, I went there Saturday. They said they'd have it Monday. That seems like a very quick shipping time. Then again, these days, things ship quickly. Oh, I mean, we might be in such an isolated area that I don't have fiber or internet. But we are still in the New York metropolitan area. Alright, we'll get a map draft going. Here we are. Civs will be next. Those maps are really, oh gosh. Copy, paste reference. No, paste duplicate. Paste duplicate. There we go. Let's get all the maps. Put up together. There you go, that's the darkened background. The way I darkened the background, I couldn't figure out how to adjust the CSS of the maps to make the background darker. So I just took the transparency and I copy and pasted it 3 times. And by copying and pasting it, it just gets darker. Stack the transparency. And then when it's all drafted, it's on top of each other so you don't see it. Not the best solution, but it is a solution. So, is that middle thing like slightly higher than the edges? Will that change when it's drafted? I'm gonna have to adjust that if it is. Yeah, it is slightly higher. Hold on. Gonna put up with that being slightly higher than the edges. Get my overlay all working properly. There, that's better. Correct those few pixels that were off. I love UI workarounds. Oh yeah. That was mid-September in Minnesota, depending on where you are, with a bit of snow on the trees. I mean, honestly, it's May here in Jersey, and we're still getting snow in the forecast sometimes. $70 today, though. You consider Evacuation a semi-nomad map. You do get the first TC, but it's in such a bad spot you have to expand. I was considering Evacuation, actually, for sudden disaster. Well, you have to move away from your TC to grab the resources, but it leaves your TC vulnerable. So here we have a Civ draft. Alright, boom. Civ draft time. What civs will these fine gentlemen ban and pick? It may snow. That is a good one. I'm gonna remember that. It may snow. Alright, so Mongols, the very first ban. We also have our other new map, Mesa Verde. Got a little Verde at the end of the map, just like Green Arabia back in the day. Alright, we got the map scripting competition going. Or a sudden disaster. So if you have any sudden death map ideas, you can submit them. Did I just cast your disaster piece? We did just cast that, yes. Yeah, if you want to go back, it's also on YouTube if you want to watch the VOD there. Twitch lets you rewind, but you have to be a sub. You can also just like go to the... You can add videos to the end of the URL and select the live stream and watch it from the start, but it's annoying. So, Georgians and Dravidians, the first pick. I have no idea what we're going to see on Mesa Verde. An evacuation is there for Kalpit. Go back and check it out. Nice. So, Dravidians and Woo. Dravidians probably... I mean, they could be done for evacuation. But Dravidians for migration and Woo for evacuation seem pretty interesting. Koreans probably the migration civ for Honeybadger if we get there. 3 hybrid maps or water maps in migration, cross, and evacuation. All of which Dravidians, Koreans will be great for, even Lithuanians. Lithuanians have a very smooth start on migration with the extra 100 food. They have per TC, including the Dark Age TC. And Armageddon 002, thank you for the follow. Teutons, let's go. Let's go Kalpit, picking the Teutons. Can the Kumans evacuate early? They can. They can evacuate extra early. Kuman's the best evacuator. Hello, Joshua. Yes, I do check the YouTube comments. Sometimes OBS doesn't display them to me as they appear, but yes, I checked them. And Flash, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We're here casting some games from the USA Cup. Hello, Captain Redhair. Cloned Cthulhu, thank you for the follow. Gigafy and Emote 11. Kalpit drafted the Teutons. Maybe we'll see Teutons. That emote is so much easier to see when it's at a larger size. It's decent enough that it gets by at the small size, but Gigafy, oh, that looks so much nicer. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. And we're just getting ready to cast Honeybadger versus Kalpit. And their draft just finishing, so Italians, Dravidians for Kalpit feel like some combination of them on migration and cross, whereas the Woo feel like maybe a good save for evacuation, fire archers on cracked terrain. The fire archer is the Woo unique unit. You can see him there with his flaming arrow in the draft. Have an attack bonus against buildings, so making them on the cracked terrain where buildings take extra damage sounds like a plan. That's good. Hope you guys are well. Hope you're well as well. Hope you had a great stream, and thank you so much for the raid. And over on YouTube, hello, Miss Luna Rain. Now, apologies that I'm gonna play an ad right after the raid, but I do want to, as much as I can, not have ads in the middle of the games. So while they're setting their lobby up, now that they're done with the draft, I'm just gonna play a quick 90-second ad. And of course, you can hop over to the YouTube stream if you don't want to see the ad during the menus between the games. And let me make sure I have these players. I think I should have both Honeybadger and Kalpit in my... Yep, they're in my list of players, so I'll have US flags right now. So this is USA Cup. This is where the top USA players, or even the not top players, anyone in the USA, they sign up and they can play these games. And what's that? Great question. And these are the qualifiers right now, where there's going to be a group stage at the end of the qualifiers. It's the top, I believe it's the top 16, but Paradox isn't around right now. Hopefully he's around. He needs to tell me if I'm wrong. I believe it's the top 16 players will qualify for the main event throughout May and June. And let's see where these players are. Spectator dashboard. Oh no, wait, I need another window. Oh, Scotty, another American, is playing Kasva right now. Alright, yay, the ad's over. And, alright, lovely, they do have a lobby. Kalpit's gonna be playing green, picking the green color. I always like when players pick their own colors. That's a good bit of personality to them. So right now the ELO's Honeybadger 2123, Kalpit 1862. It's a bit of an ELO advantage for Honeybadger, but at least we're starting to move up into the second round. Get to some higher level matchups. Kalpit did even struggle a bit in the first matchup. Can we see cyan versus green? I'm gonna hope those colors work. I like cyan. The advantage of being a badger? Is that an advantage? If you're from Wisconsin, you'll say yes. Exclamation mark bracket. You can do exclamation mark USA Cup. American citizens in residence. All the details there. So here we are. It'll be Georgians versus Teutons on Mesa Verde. So get your Teutons emotes in the chat. As we're actually going to see Teutons played. We're seeing Teutons played. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Captain Redhair. goat emoji. Teutonic Knight is wonderful. Kalpit, I hope he makes them. I hope we get to a stage where he makes Teutonic Knights. I think he's gonna pick the Teutons to Trush, and Honeybadger is picking the Georgians for fortified churches. I hope we get to see Teutonic Knights. I hope we get to see them and that they will be useful. Yeah, I'm not playing in this one, Dancing Cactus. I'm just casting. Haven't really played AoE2 in a while. It like actually sat down to play it in a while, so. Figured I'd have more fun just casting it. Alright, so spec delay. 20 seconds left. This Mesa Verde was one of the custom maps created during the map scripting competition for this event. So how it plays out, I still don't know yet, but it's kind of Socotra-like, or Cliffbound-like if you've been seeing that map in Warlords. Where it's very compact, and the players are forced into one small area. And I hope you're ready to see a lot of rocks. Because here we go, and it is time for Rocks Galore. DLC Boulder A and DLC Boulder B added in the African kingdoms, used here as a boundary on the outside of the map. You start with 12 houses behind your town center, and we'll have Teutons versus Georgians on this cramped map. You have some palisades around your TC, but only 3 berry bush tiles, so not much in the way of resources inside of your walls. They keep you safe, but protect pretty much nothing. What is the goal behind starting with 12 houses? I have no idea other than the map does. I guess they needed something inside of the walls when they weren't putting resources there. So javelinas, remember, only 300 food instead of the 340 of a boar. And that javelina will be lured in. And taken nicely positioned under the TC there. Two tons of Teutons, toot on 2 tunes. That was a mouthful. So moving out here, this is the South American forest used here. I don't know if the monkey puzzle trees actually would be native anywhere to the United States. I would guess no. And I'm happy to be wrong about that. But at least it's a fun and varied forest. In the real Mesa Verde, the houses are like in the rocks. You could layer them together. Right, because isn't that how houses were built into the rocks, basically? That's one of those things I feel like I learned about in 3rd grade, because it was cool. But I don't have a proper knowledge of it. So javelinas, you have to go outside your walls to lure them in. And the reason Honeybadger here picked Georgians is because he can send that mule cart out to take the hares in the middle, and won't have to worry about milling them. And Georgians, if they can get to the castle age, can do fortified churches. And I would imagine fortified churches should beat Teuton towers in a fight. Although Teuton towers are impressive with the extra garrison space, they'll shoot more arrows, so I might be wrong about that. And there's Loom for Honeybadger. 14 vills and Loom as he's doing a barracks. So Loom worried about those forward vills. Not like you're going to be housed on this map, so it's simply to protect the vills. Kalpit doing Loom too. Kalpit needs to manage the food under the TC. Has a mill on the outside. And, where does Kalpit have a... Okay, yeah, it does have a lumber camp. Okay, yeah, we saw that. I was going to say, Kalpit with a build to go up as ASAP as possible. 16 pop. 17th pop here, everyone on food. Force drops, and then we'll be up. 17 pop with Loom. So this is a very fast uptiming, but not nearly as fast The Georgians. The Georgian eco is crazy good, and we're gonna have militia from Honeybadger in addition to this. Okay, now all the vills head out to stone and to wood. So Kalpit will need a mining camp there on the stone. Or just long distance mine. I need some mining camp. It'll need to drop off enough wood to build the mining camp. For the moment, those vills will just stand there idly. Holding the stone, that's got to be a lot of stone. That's got to be heavy to hold. And they'll go build the mining camp and drop it off. So here come the militia. Will be turned into men-at-arms, 4 of them. With some forward follow-up vills, and Honeybadger looking to get very aggressive here. Very aggressive as the men-at-arms upgrade is on the way. The walls will not be up in time. Some quick walls come up in the back for Kalpit, trying to keep the lumber camp safe. And he's just going to delete the walls and YOLO all the vills to vill fight. He's going to YOLO everyone to vill fight while also building a tower. I'll have a forward tower from Honeybadger, but that'll be fighting a Teuton's tower. Drush not men-at-arms yet. There it is. And there's one vill. Pathfinding forward will be sacrificed so the rest of the vills can do the tower. Men-at-arms not walled out. And could be another vill kill here. Doesn't manage to quick wall herself. But now the men-at-arms will be fighting underneath the tower. And the scout even goes down. The Teuton's towers are really deadly. And this is not going to go up for Honeybadger. Honeybadger's going to pull the vills back. And yeah, this was a good bit of damage. More res collected for Honeybadger, but I think he just needs to get back now. Outpost forward. Yeah, the aggressive Honeybadger. Hello, Labubu salesman. Now some walls going up for Kalpit. The men-at-arms will make a turn towards that palisade gate. Not much they can do on the inside. I guess there are a couple of... Let's see. There's one house outside the range of the TC they could destroy. Hi, hello. Hope you're having a lovely Monday. And some foxes out here. You don't need a drop site for the foxes, so your Trush vills are great at taking the foxes. Collect from them nice and quickly. And wait, why are there double gates here from Honeybadger? What is he trying to do? He's just trapping the vills so they don't tower rush forward? I don't think that's going to work. This tower, I guess it gets more map control. Men-at-arms coming in, but the vills are stone walled. Remember, Teutons get free murder holes, but not until the Castle Age. Oh, and this entire time, there's been no double bit axe for Honeybadger. No eco upgrades for any player yet. This is the game's first eco upgrade here. The men-at-arms will try to sit at the base of the tower where that one man-at-arms is dodging arrows as the fox blocked him a bit. Nice pick off from the vills. As this is now an exercise in ungarrisoning full HP vills and using them to fight the men-at-arms at the base of the tower, then garrisoning them as soon as they get a bit weaker. If you ever pull the men-at-arms away, yeah, nicely done from Kalpit, well executed there. All the men-at-arms go down. Now you have to be careful of weak vills that go forward. There's a black bear there, and another man-at-arms, a few vills, and more men-at-arms on the way from Honeybadger, queuing up more. The fox block, the elite technique. Honeybadger taking the fox. As the vills get back. We have a barracks forward also from Kalpit. And there is the barracks too. Barracks and an archery range. Another archery range is the men-at-arms. That man-at-arms will attack the vill, but the tower will defend him. What's the point? I don't know what the point of this tower is, to be honest. I genuinely don't know. Maybe you just feel like you're the Teutons, you want to build towers everywhere. But not like it pressures anything from Honeybadger. Doesn't really defend much either. But it will at least buy Kalpit some time. The res collected Honeybadger ahead by about 600. Ahead by 4 vills too. There was a bit of vital time and a bit more ticking up, along with a few vill kills from the men-at-arms. The Teuton towers are very, very deadly. And we'll have an archer now from Kalpit trying to deal with the men-at-arms, keep the tower standing. There's a hole between those 2 bushes, and they can run out. The incomplete tower wall, too relatable. Very relatable. So forward archers, what type of pressure now will we get from Kalpit? We'll have a range and a blacksmith from Honeybadger. Those will be for some skirms. All love some skirms, although the blacksmith needs to be constructed. There we go, fletching for the archers that Kalpit has. I'll make them better at fighting the men-at-arms. He's just creeping across the map with towers. Adding more and more towers. As the archers start to kill the men-at-arms, I'll have fletching finished, and the vills will go forward to do another watchtower. You don't get the majesty of the towers. Maybe he built an entire line of towers across the map. Isn't that an AoE 4 thing from the Britons? I don't know if they still do it, but the towers boosted their archers, their longbows. I remember that from when I played AoE 4 when it came out. Now Castle Age for Honeybadger. So once Castle Age comes in, then it's a fortified church, and that should stop the tower push. Kalpit all in right now. Some farms outside for Honeybadger. I guess there isn't much more room inside. How many towers does it take him? And he just stayed in feudal. They don't even overlap. But this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and now a 5th tower. But this tower will be pretty nasty on the gold and on the farms. Now this would be great if this were a Castle Age guard tower with the free murder holes, but alas, it is merely but a feudal age tower. A tower that needs repairs just for the vills to be able to garrison. And I fear that the skirms will be able to pick off those vills. Honeybadger goes for the repairs. Four vills going down. There are still a few vills inside. We're getting a couple of vill kills, actually. Okay, let's go. Let's go, tower. Kill some vills, more repairs, but the tower goes down. Let's see, no vills really weak enough for the archers to pick off. Were repairs always this fast? Yes. They were even faster in AOC because the feudal towers had more HP. But as Castle comes in for Honeybadger, Kalpit will call the GG, unable to maintain the tower pressure now against the fortified churches of the Georgians in the Castle Age. So, well defended from Honeybadger. Men-at-Arms rush managed to take Kalpit off guard at the beginning. And GG. So that'll be a 1-0 lead for Honeybadger. And Kalpit now can pick any of the maps. Georgians over Teutons. We have 5 maps. The first one was just played. The remaining 4 can be chosen by Kalpit. And let's check out the dashboard, and it will be evacuation. It will be evacuation. get Dravidians versus Armenians. Dravidians for Kalpit, Armenians for Honeybadger. So back to back, the Fortified Church civs for Honeybadger, even if we didn't see the Fortified Church in the first game. So, is this not loading? Wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, we are loading. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Okay, the spec delay told me I had 90 seconds, then it just loaded in, and oh, they must have restarted for some reason? Did they restart? The game go out of sync? Alright, something weird happened. I'll just figure that out and hop in again. Alright, they're in the lobby again. Same civs, I'll just have a 2-minute spec delay again. Let's see. All right, I think we're good. I think we're good now. So we're gonna hope this one works. I don't know why they restarted, but we're good to go. Ooh, still have a bit of a headache, but I'm feeling a bit better now. I'm glad that it's 6:30 and still light out. I get more in my zone when it's light later in the day. Here we are, so we'll have Kalpit as the Green Dravidians to the southwest, and Honeybadger as the Cyan Armenians to the northeast. This is evacuation, so cracked terrain on the island. The game is paused. Why is it paused? Sec lag. Okay, they have a bit of lag. This is one of those maps where I probably would want to use the new technique I have for putting the acacia trees atop cracked terrain, too. I figured out how to do that for Warlords.
Yes.
Alright, so this map, this was originally Hank's creation, then I edited it heavily to get it consistent for Hidden Cup 5. You have some mountains on the side, lots of herdables to pick up, boar and deer to hunt out here, some forests mixed together over on the mainland. Over on the island, you have acacia trees spread out, some rock formations. It's barren, it's rocky, some dead trees. But it's where you start. There are some gold mines in the middle, and also some relics to claim. 3 relics on the island, 4 on the mainland, 2 in the middle, and then 1 near, or 1 in each of the 2 corners of the mountains. You get it right across the shallows, there's an extra boar you can lure. Rhinos with 400 food on the mainland, but then everyone is guaranteed a boar and some deer in the berries once they cross the shallows. You believe in Kalpit. Hello, hello. Well, your first round set certainly was one heck of a set. I'll give it that. with Kalpit. That was amazing.
Sorry.
Alright, Kalpit gonna start luring in the boar. You can block with the scout. Difficult thing about luring across the shallows is you can't do your quick walls, your houses, your palisades like you would when luring the long distance boars on Rage Forest. Just gotta take it across the shallows.
Hey.
So boar taken by the TC over on the other side. We'll see the same thing. Honeybadger no loom blocking with the scout. Hasn't taken either of his rhinos yet. Oh, I wonder how familiar Honeybadger is with evacuation. I mean, you should be able to see the rhinos, yes. And they'll take it under the TC. As the mule cart heads out to the acacia trees, Bills will be chopping some trees there.
Sorry.
As Bill can head to the back, do a dock, and maybe start fishing. Usually players dock the sides or the corners like we're seeing Honeybadger do. Kalpit here docking right in the middle. That's a long walk for the Vil. If you were relying on the dock for a house as the Dravidians, then would have to be a bit careful about the timing of the dock. And I don't see another house foundation placed. Unless he's trying to go up quickly and... But he doesn't have the food for it. Okay, so things a bit tricky by the dock. As they'll be taking the rhino from the TC. Vil's out, chopping on the acacia forests. Another cow on the way in. And some fishing ships will pop out of the dock. Go over to those snappers. And so far, no idle TC time from Kalpit, so he avoided being housed. And Honeybadger still isn't taking that rhino, and I fear that that's going to affect the uptiming. If you're taking your sheep in the Dark Age instead of the rhinos, you'll collect them more slowly. Well, it should be fine if he times it well. But I still worry about the uptiming a bit as Kalpit clicks loom, has feudal queued behind it, and will be up. Also, a somewhat forward dock as the Dravidians could even think of going fires to pressure the fish. There's a really big uptiming difference, and there will be one of about 45 seconds. So nice start for Kalpit, all things considered. His scout still will be out here on the mainland. Kalpit maybe could find some cattle to steal. But Honeybadger is going to start his evacuation. He'll start his evacuation and come out here. Meal cart for the Armenians is great since you can take both the hunt and the trees from it. You need to find a place to build a mill, though, at some point to unlock the market. Unlock your farms, but go mule cart plus a dock with fish. Maybe you can avoid that for a while. Might be able to avoid the mill. You probably do have a mill out here for Kalpit as the Dravidian, as he sends Vills out now. A lot of the times you'll see a tower out here too. Help you protect your hunting investment. Ooh, this is actually a sick group of hunt from him. Be able to take 7 deer. Pretty nice too, also from Honeybadger if he wants to go take a hunt. Right, here come the militia. Kalpit going for the drush. Man-at-Arms upgrade is on the way. And, well, we could destroy houses on the cracked terrain. The archery range and the barracks are not defended by the TC. So all these buildings out here are vulnerable to men-at-arms. As is that Vil, who will just walk back and forth past the men-at-arms. And they'll try to dive one of the house builders. He should get back to the TC. And Kalpit has to be careful with the men-at-arms. There he goes, turns around. And now can it harass this stone mine? Keep the Vils off of stone. Will Hera play this tournament? No, Hera is not a resident of the United States. Or citizen. This is the USA Cup for USA people. So Archer's popping out of the range for Honeybadger. I'll chase the men-at-arms back. Oh, and how the heck do I say this name? Athenios Natavits. 41, thank you for the follow. A ZHS, not a sound I can pronounce easily. It's a Greek. Alright, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, Archer defense from Honeybadger against the Men-at-Arms. They've caused a bit of disruption so far. My res collected just about the same. And now Hulk attacking the fish, so Honeybadger losing the fish. And remember, this is only a best of 3, so every game is crucial. Men-at-Arms down. Clutching in a double bit axe. Upgrades for Kalpit that right now Honeybadger hasn't been able to afford. Honeybadger trying to FC, look at that food count. But now we're encountering the situation he can't do a market due to the lack of a mill, so he can't just sell food or wood and go up. Honeybadger has 12 on gold. Where are they? Just back here? And there he goes. One more Vil. Should probably cancel the Vil and go up. But he's up to the castle age finally. And once he gets up, he can do fortified churches. And fortified churches will be insane. Yeah, they're on cracked terrain, but they still can apply a ton of forward pressure to Kalpit. Kalpit, who still will be feudal, just like last game, more comfortable with extreme feudal gameplay, it seems. Sturm hitting the Vils on the acacia trees. A little bit of a raid. Nothing too much. Sturm will have armor, so not the easiest to clean up. Honeybadger is probably just like, it's one skirm, I'll just chop you anyway. One skirm. Not that big of a deal. Just keep chopping. Just keep chopping the wood out here. Here's fletching in Castle Age for Honeybadger. Skirm won't stop that stable. And with fletching and a stable, makes me kind of anticipate cav archers. But I don't think Armenian cav archers are that good. No Parthian, no Thumbring, and no Imperial upgrade. But then Armenians, what do they do from the stable? Just knights, maybe. Who is the tournament favorite? Tournament favorite is Daniel. And by far, the favorite is Daniel. The interesting question, who's number 2? Oh, it's T90, Emu, Smokey, Scotty. A few good players, and we don't really know who number 2 is. And Honeybadger is up to the castle age doing armor, and it will be knights, so knights immediately to clean the skirms. Kalpit still is a really far way away from the castle age. Out comes the first knight. Knight, they're not patrolling, just passing. Just passing. Archer's not patrolling either. Second knight coming here. There are no spears defending the first army, but now more spears out for Kalpit. And a market for Kalpit. So more knights. It'll be 3 knights with a 4th on the way for Honeybadger. We'll take quite a few knights to fight this. The archers have 5 attack. Knights right now have 3 armor, so you might even want to get the second armor before fighting. It'll have the damage the archers do. But for now, Honeybadger, hoping that he has enough knights that he threatens the army, that it can't attack him, and he instead is going to run forward, find a cow in the middle of nowhere, and try to get a good raid on Kalpit's base. Kalpit running his woodvilles back to the TC, trying to small wall the gold, but doesn't get the walls up in time. Not the Viper, unfortunately. And Knight will tank some TC fire just to kill Vils. Vils gonna fight the Knight up close. And we'll have a forward siege workshop from Honeybadger on the mainland. Still looking for the fortified churches. Honeybadger's housed quite a bit. Looks like houses in the back were destroyed, as Kalpit has water control and still 6 fishing ships are working. Should be some good food income for a while, as Dravidian fishing ships with a higher carry capacity will work for a while. Kalpit with the towers sees the knights. Knights still only +1 or 1 armor at the blacksmith. For 2 + 1 armor. Here's a warrior priest as we have the fortified church from Honeybadger, and he's starting to pick up relics as the Armenians, grabbing the 3rd right now, had 1 appear for free in the fortified church. There are 2 more on the mainland, then 3 more on the island. Fishing lines now for Kalpit as he adds more docks to the corner, tries to get all those plentiful fish from the corner. So relic back to the fortified church from Honeybadger's warrior priest, not the monk, the warrior priest. As Kalpit's up, gold mining, Bodkin arrow. Vil count actually is exactly even at 36 to 36, but now 10 fishing ships being the difference. As crossbow and Bodkin and another TC come in for Kalpit, who does have a nice score lead. Even with the night raids up to castle early, Honeybadger not able to turn that into a score lead. Warrior priests do not want to go into that army. As they will encounter a bit of a wall in the back. The woodlines can be kind of thick on this map. You can get some good wall-offs if you use them. And then there is Kalpit with his next TC. Still just booming up. The question is, what type of mangonel shot will we get? Both players have tons of vision. Mangonel hits and devastates the army. Then the game might be over. We do have Town Watch for Honeybadger, but Kalpit will be just outside the line of sight here. Nice sneaking. Capture the cow. And mangonel push on the workshop. Dravidians will have the wood discount on their siege, so cheaper siege. It's nice to go for the palisade and try to break in. And mangonels will start taking out the workshop. I'll force some repairs. Elephants. Elephant archers, maybe. And Vil diagonally hit by the knight. But the TC providing enough defense to keep the Vils safe. Mangonel would have to go forward and try to mangonel those Vils. TC is going down. We'll have crossbows running into the fortified church. 4 relics, and there's the value of the fortified church, keeping your eco safe when otherwise wouldn't be. So crossbows unable to raid the wood line. Will we see a good mangonel shot here? Will we see a good mangonel shot? Honeybadger closing in on that crossbow army with the mangonel. So Kalpit's still a good KD lead. Ooh, nice shot. Square on the crossbows. Kalpit has to dodge a bit. He will get the mangonel eventually. But does tank 1 shot. And we'll have the 3rd TC added in first for Honeybadger. And I'm worrying about the score difference. Could be mostly water. Res collected's pretty good for Kalpit overall too, though. Medium warships for him. Workshop's still producing more mangonels. So mangonels besieging the TC from Kalpit. They've taken out the workshop. Kalpit will need another workshop in the back of that Sneakville. Medium warships is interesting when he's not really fighting on water. Yeah, I guess he wants to go war galleys to try to help defend against this. Well, who wanted elephants? Elephants are going to be the play here. Elephant now. Elephant against the mangonel. What's faster? They're the same. No, wait. Yes, the battle elephant's faster. 0.6 versus 0.9. 0.6 speed for the mangonel, 0.9 for the elephant. The mangonels will go down. So whoever wanted your Vidian elephants, you are correct. You are very correct. What is going on here? Those are warrior priests against elephants. The priests are healing each other. And the priests actually are going to win this fight. Because of the healing. They're healing each other so much that the elephants can't stand it. The elephant has to fall back. Meanwhile, there's another group of crossbows from Kalpit. Kalpit might be on his way to winning this game and forcing a game 3. And we might be seeing a pretty competitive set here. I'm going to play with the elephants. Wants to repair the mangonel to keep it alive. It just gets the repairs in. There's Imperial Age for Honeybadger. Kalpit is looking pretty good here. Gill nets also. Kalpit. I think they're less effective if you give the monks a sword against those elephants. Also, hello, D-Longer. An elephant leaded to there so it doesn't get converted. Maybe it was killed, but either way, not getting converted. And we're gonna have a castle drop. We have a castle drop right on Honeybadger's face. This is a get out of my game castle. Mangonel defense from Honeybadger. Mangonel needs some good shots. The Vills tank 1 shot. This is where you need to make sure you're attack grounding the Vills properly so the mangonel actually hits them. But it's not going to hit them, and it's evacuation time. It's evacuation time as Kalpit has warships on the shallows. He can see these Vills all running away. Needs to just use his navy and cut them off. Kalpit, he's patrolling, but patrolling a few tiles away from where he needs to see the Vills. The warships, they find the Vills, and they start attacking the Vills as they try to evacuate. No, they just sail on past them. They'll get 1 Vill from the back. All this was planned. I don't think there's any plan now on this map. We're going to have another castle drop, though, from Honeybadger, this time trying to take the mainland, although Honeybadger just ran 4 warrior priests YOLO into the TC. They will be dotting that farm with a line of corpses. Crossbows pick off Vills. As you have Ribosaur, Imperial Age, and gold mining all on the way. And crossbows and spear forced back by the TC.
Hey.
Okay, Exodus of Vills here. Wait, that's no way. That's 30. This is.
Nan tayar, sorry.
16 vills at least heading back here for the TC. Trying to do more TCs. Defensive castle from Honeybadger. As Kalpit has basically idled everything here, opened up a 20 vil lead and a 2k res collected lead. We do have Imp for Honeybadger. I just completely missed that. Imp for Honeybadger. And the Trebs are popping. And we all know what happens once the Trebs are popping. There is Imp now for Kalpit. And he'll need to find a way to hold until Imp. This is where Guard Tower even can be very useful. Like one of the best hold until Imp. Yeah. Alright, so Elite Skirm, Dravidian Skirms. Guard Tower is one of those, hold until Imp to keep the Trebs packing and unpacking, destroying guard towers instead of pushing you, while also defending against archer buildings. That you can do in the Castle Age. So still 2 minutes away, and Kalpit also will need to get some siege for taking out castles, as this castle on the cracked terrain is being trebbed down. Who's being trebbed? Leather archer armor also for Kalpit. And the knight will be attacking a skirm down here on the farms. Bill's going down to the knight. And Kalpit not noticing as Honeybadger takes the score lead. And Kalpit adding in more TCs in the middle. Oh my, this is crazy. Adding in more TCs on the mainland now, but there's a mangonel there. Adding a couple of ranges. He doesn't know what to do with the skirms. Honeybadger retaking the score lead, closing the vil count a bit. Yeah, Kalpit showed up, but will he be able to finish it? Will he be able to finish as he's losing map control? There's another castle from Honeybadger. They basically swapped sides on the mainland. Now we're going to have Honeybadger controlling the GC. And Kalpit desperate for more TC, spots more production. What? He's being chased. Major Kalpit does not close it. This has been one he came to play at least. He came to play here. As well as a siege workshop up for Kalpit too. I'm going for this TC. Letkin for Honeybadger. What civ do we like more now? Dravidians feels like Skirm, Swordsman, or Arumi. Should be okay against Armenians. I don't know, there's a TC down, and Kalpit's still trying to hold on to the mainland, whereas he might be reduced to just the starting area on his starting island. At least he has an Arumi to hit the mangonel. I feel like Dravidians look bad until you can get to Elephant Archer. That's sometimes the case. Ring Archer armor and ballistics might try to skirm his way out of this. Another option could be cannon galleons to hit the castle from the shore. So there's ballistics and bracer for Honeybadger. I'll improve those composite bowmen. Still give a good timing advantage against the skirms. Oh, now Honeybadger taking a good score lead. Has managed to tie up the eco. Res collected are neck and neck, 30k each. 30k each. The cow there to watch a potential slaughter as the composite bowmen come in. They'll pick vills. Now skirms and crossbows going down to the composite bowman, and Kalpit will call the GG as he can't hold this anymore. Everything going wrong for him with that castle drop. He couldn't get enough pressure with his own castle drop, and Honeybadger going imp first will win the game. Honeybadger does it. Whew, that was... Man, I felt like Kalpit had that at so many different points, but the imp changed everything once the Trebs came out. The Trebs were defended by castles, so Kalpit couldn't really push them back. And man, ooh, what a crazy game of evacuation. Military lead, eco lead, Vil lead. Felt like Kalpit had it all. Even to save that late game with their good skirms would be good against Honeybadger. Or good against the Armenians. But alas, GG's for Kalpit. Yeah, GG's. That'll be a loss on evacuation. And Honeybadger stays alive. It was Armenians over Dravidians. And it did feel like you had it there for a moment. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break over here, then we're going to get into our next set. I felt like the elephants were going to do it too. The next set will be Captjaw versus Hestia. I'll take a quick break. That should get started in about 5 minutes or so. And I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Hello, Jafara. Yes, I am. Is Jow Hestia coming up? Yes, that is coming up. We just finished Honeybadger Kalpit. Let me go and set the scoreboard up. There we are. We're just waiting for them to get drafting. They should be starting any moment now. Check out aoe2cm.net. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Addictive Me, for the raid. Alright, don't see your draft yet. Who is highest rated? Daniel. Daniel is heavily the favorite, as this is more competition to figure out who's number 2. Oh, Hestia gave admin win to Jow. Oh, so this is not coming up then? Okay then, so then we have another hour to kill. Until Emu. Alright chat, what do we want to do for an hour then? Oh, don't accidentally close OBS. Yeah, Emu. Emu, are you ready for your set? Are you gonna go play a practice game, Emu, that we can cast as we get ready? Yeah, we need, oh, you know what Baskets is? Baskets is streaming. Yeah, Baskets is streaming, but he came to the chat to tell us about the admin. Again, to your hammock. Well, you can stay in the hammock for another hour, and then we'll cast Emu. Emu's coming up. Emu versus Its Jskillz. Make sure I get the capitalization right. Lowercase s, 2 L's, and a Z at the end. I'm glad that Ray has a hammock. What do we do now? Are there any high-level games we can cast if this is indeed admin win territory? Let me check the Discord. Is there anything we haven't casted? Oh yeah, Ray. We didn't cast your set. We can go cast Ray's Rex. We can cast Ray's set. Ray can get in the hammock to see his own games. Let's go see. Is this anywhere here? Oh no, Cap Jow gave admin win to Hestia because he was unavailable. Other way. Hestia wrote at Cap Jow is unavailable and gave me admin win. Yeah, let's go cast. Let's cast Ray. Deadwoods versus Ray, or Deadwards versus Ray. There we go. That'll be it. Okay, so Ray versus Deadwards. Boom. Ray in his element. Alright. Let me date this. Ray Deadwards on the scoreboard. Pop their drafts into the draft overlay. Swap over to the draft overlay. And oh yes, we'll have Arena as game 1. Let's go. Arena. Is T90 playing? Yes, T90 is playing. Development. Hello, development. T90 is playing. And let me try to find these recs. Search for Ray. Yeah, I haven't seen any scheduling from T90 yet. I can't see the recs in my rec folder because I didn't download them. Downloading helps. Alright. I'm so glad we get to start off with Arena. Oh my gosh, chat. You're gonna get to see the Teutons again. Teutons on Arena. Actually, wait, I think I gotta swap their positions on the draft. There we go. Yeah, there should be dead words on the left. Get my title match in the drafts. There we go. Perfect. So here we are. Oh, I gotta swap them here too. Swap them everywhere. Right, so we will have Ray as the Cyan Teutons over here to the northwest against Deadwards as the Red Bulgarians. And that fish emote, Saba Ping. Hello, hello, preamp. And ooh, will Ray give us a double Ibex push? No, just a single Ibex push. Just a single Ibex push for us. But this will be Arena. This is basically DE's standard Arena, and the relics are... Oh my gosh, there are snakes. There's snakes on the Arena. Do we know the elos for this match? Let me see if we can enter them. Hold on. Let me enter the elos here. Let me check what we got. Does the dashboard probably doesn't have the players there? Maybe to insights. We'll look for Ray. Hopefully we find the right Ray. In the US, Ray is 1816 right now. Type properly, and then dead words. See if we can find dead words. 1444. Right. So I'm curious what these snakes are gonna do, because they can go over water. They're gonna slither all around. In my experience, when we use snakes, the snakes all went to the south of the map. #1 in DM team games. I need to find some time to cast the DM Nations Cup that's going on, because the US is playing there. So Ibex is running back and forth near the Vills, getting pushed in by the scout. Yeah, Teutons again. Oh, and Gabby, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a lovely stream. So we're here casting the USA Cup. Welcome in. We need to play team games again sometime. As Ray will push it another Ibex. Of course, yeah, we should do that this week. And run by that straggler tree. Will the Ibex run back? No, he's got it. He's got it. So this is the qualifier round for USA Cup. Daniel, I think obviously the favorite for USA Cup overall. We casted his qualifier the other day. Well, the question of who's number 2. T90, Smokey, Emu, Scotty, Masty. Still pretty wide open. Phosphoro didn't sign up, unfortunately. It might have been sick to see Phosphoro do some Phosphoro strats. If Daniel's the favorite, then we were in trouble. Last time there was a USA Cup, I think Spring actually won it. I remember Spring beating Daniel in the finals a while ago. T90 signed up. T90's playing. We're also going to cast T90 this Thursday. We casted him the other week, beating Nilly in the Community Cup for TTL. And now he's in the finals. It'll be T90 versus Tofu. Ibex pushed in from Deadwards. He is a very easy push. I'm glad we don't have chickens. This version of Arena can have the chickens on it, so we might see some chicken funnels. But yeah, I mean, I think T90 does have a good shot at being number 2. Out here in the middle, we have these snakes. The snakes, there are the difference between snakes and other predators, like the wolves, is the wolves stand still. The snakes slither around, they move. See them moving, and I don't know what effect this will have, other than the one time I tried to use snakes in a map, all the snakes moved in the same direction. I'm sad we didn't get Biscuit. Biscuit, we did cast Biscuit's Rex the other day, or his games the other day. And he has signed up for USA Cup. T90 will choke. No one has faith in T90. Let's go, Ray. As the Teuton's 8 fills forward, it's time for a Teuton Trush. And I guess maybe a good thing the Predators moved, because they all seem to move to the outside of the map, and there aren't going to be many snakes as he comes forward. And they're kind of moving away from where his Vills would be. This Vill at the end, no Loom could be in trouble. The snakes do look wacky. So no Loom. Okay, there will be one snake. There will be one snake here. That Vill, ooh, split off from the group. Next to the snake. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. How strong is the snake? I don't know. Oh, the Vills, they stand on the snake. They stop the snake. Look at that pathing. Ray will fight the scout. We'll kill the snake. We'll hold the gate open. Oh, Ray, go through, go through, go through. No, don't tower. Go through, Ray. Come on. The gate's open. Oh, he's just sending the scout in, not sending all the Vills in. Oh, I was hoping he'd walk in with 9 Vills. Oh, going for the boring tower rush standard approach, but Dead Words will be here. He'll wall this off. Those walls were a reaction to the gate being open. Would have tried to have walled off any Vills that ran through. And Loom is in at least for Dead Words, but he's still Dark Age. And when you're in the Dark Age, your Palisades will be very, very weak. Only 150 HP. And your stone walls will be weak until the Castle Age comes in.
Yeah.
And the Vills will break through that stone wall. And be ready to do another tower by the mill. Those towers do cover each other too, so nice position on this tower. Ray even can destroy the mill. We did check this the other day. As long as you have the mill constructed in the Dark Age, you unlock the market, even if the mill does get destroyed before the next age. And Vills are through, so Ray is through with the Trush. Ray will throw up another outpost. Outpost to try to see what's going on with the house walls here for Dead Words. Ray can push through that. He can tower hop there. Now this tower won't be covered by the other one. But I don't know if Dead Words realizes this, but Ray can tower hop here. So what Ray can do, he can put some Vills in the tower, tower hop to the other side to start Vill fighting the tower, and also shoot. So he can have both setups at the same time. And then he can also wall the front of the tower so Vills can't be rushed backwards. So there it is, 9 Vills inside. Yeah, there we go, there's the tower hop, there's the tower hop. Yeah, but he's exactly like that. Exactly like that. Ray knows, he knows the tower hop between the houses. Now you cannot tower hop between 2 walls. If you build the tower here, you can't go in. And it's been like that since the Age of Kings. You can tower hop between the houses. 200 IQ, 200 IQ. Yep, you can tower hop double gates, you can tower hop a wall and a gate. Like if you have a diagonal wall with a gate in the wall, you can hop between the wall and the gate. So Ray he doesn't even need to hop, he's just gonna move forward. Dead Words was thinking about walling this off. He's Bulgarians too, he could be making men-at-arms here. He's maybe still trying to fast castle behind this. Mining stone for his own towers, but tower defense against the Teutons always is messy. So res collected here, Dead Words is actually still ahead. When you send 8 Vills forward, you don't have much eco, and Ray just needing to do those cheap Teuton farms now. Well, straight walls prevent hopping too, but yep, just the 2 diagonal walls prevent hopping. Anything else is hoppable. You have, like, the wall and this gold here. If there were a tower here or here, you could tower hop the other side. Same thing with the house and the gold, you could tower hop the tower here or here to the other square. Yeah, in AOC, the gates for Arena just were placed in the corners, and that's why you could tower hop. Now that the gates are in the middle, And only very rarely in the corner if you get a really short wall segment. So you can't tower hop anymore. Did Biscuits sign up? Yeah, we talked about we casted Biscuits the other day. It was 2K2 hasn't played. I swear that's the Biscuits we casted. Is it a different Biscuits? The one whose name is like Space Fruit something? Are they different Biscuits? I didn't realize we were different Biscuits. Yeah, this guy is Mighty Space Fruit, but he also is known as Biscuits. So are those different Biscuits? Okay, then maybe they're different Biscuits. He was a pretty decent elo, so I thought it was the same player, but maybe not. Shouldn't he keep towering? I mean, right now, there's not much he gets from continuing to tower. He could take more farm space away. But he's off of stone. He's just thinking of going up to the castle age. Heading in the market, and what Ray wants now is a guard tower. And he's realizing if he gets a guard tower, then Mangonel's never removed the towers. Although he is maybe vulnerable to a castle drop, but selling the stone to go up his dead wards, who still struggling with eco. Too busy rock climbing and making money. And there we go, castle age for dead wards. So, okay, the dead wards will be up first. Ray won't be too far behind. And now, what will the Bulgarians do? This could be a Crepost drop. 2 Creposts should be able to eliminate all of the towers. Just need to place them in areas the towers don't range. So if you chop that straggler, or I guess you do one over here to remove this tower first, then chop the straggler and do one here to take out these 2 towers. And you should be okay. You could add TCs and boom behind that. Ray would have a lot of map control though, and he's adding in 2 stables, so it looks like he wants to flood double stable knights. Double stable knights. And decent eco for it, probably would want armor. Maybe even bloodlines on the way up. And wouldn't even be opposed to adding in a scout on the way up too. And Spear takes some TC shots. And Spear will be poked down by the other Spear. And there we go, Castle Age on the way. And we'll have Bowsaw for dead wards. There is a castle also for dead wards. And actually, he can do a castle. I was thinking you go for Crepos, but the castle works just as well. That'll clean 1, 2... That'll clean 2 towers, and with fletching would clean 3. And Ray sees that. He says, I'm getting out. Just getting out. And double stable knights might be thwarted by the castle. But at this point, Ray now can add TCs and boom. Or you can think about going imp. Zico is much better since it hasn't been harassed. He's made up for the idle time of the Vills being forward. Now he has knights at least to pick up 5 relics. I don't think I've seen the Bulgarian castle yet. Let's just admire this architecture for a minute. There's a little shield up there. I guess it's supposed to be a conic shield. I need dead wards to build a Crepos next to it so I can compare how similar they are. And there's another TC for Ray. And a good castle? It feels like a decent castle. It definitely feels like a decent castle. Hello, Elminster. Very Roman castle for the Bulgarians. Some mining camp on the stone as the university goes up for Ray. And then a blacksmith for Deadwards. I forgot what the I don't think I've ever seen one before. Bulky doesn't feel disproportioned, yeah. I think if I'm going to grade this castle, I'll give it a B. Maybe B for Bulgarians. Not one of the best, but it gets the job done. It's a decent castle. Maybe if you had a bunch of like custom architecture things, it might get lost in them and you might not realize it's a castle, but at least here it's clear enough it's a castle. So Imp for Ray with 2 TCs. Workshop there for Deadwards, maybe thinking of clearing the next tower. 51 to 51 bills. Ray up by 1k resources. Imp already? Imp already. Ray's got this trush build down. Clean bills and he's ready for his own castle. So he'll do a castle and then use the castle to treb this one. Not gonna go too far forward with it. He's gonna go over here. Well, I mean that's nice because it stops the gold from being collected. Especially if you could do Fletching and Bodkin. Now Mangonel coming over. And the only way this goes wrong is if that Mangonel somehow stops the castle. Yep. I don't think that's possible. Yeah, Deadwards would need to delete one of those palisades to get the Mangonel forward. He's not going to do that. And the other disaster would be Ray letting knights get converted and killing vills, but the castle's going up regardless. Workshop 2 for Ray is the Teutons. He can do chemistry and then add bombard cannon should he wish. Could also do siege engineers. Renovations for the castle range is nice. Ironclad for melee armor is nice. He will add a ram. Let's hope he eventually adds Teutonic Knights. Maybe just add one in. Just add one to put inside of the ram on the way up just for the fun of it. Like, how could you not make Teutonic Knights right here? But he's just gonna go up and go for the Trebor. He's clicking wheelbarrow, perhaps a bit short on food, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is the trebuchet timing. Okay, the castle will take down this wall. And then Trebs have an opening to hit the castle. It's fletching also from Ray. And a good number of stone walls going up for Deadwards. Oh, 49 HP left. Ray finished the wall. And decides to go for the gate and leave the wall on 49 HP. Oh, there he goes. Now he's in. Extra walls from Deadwards. Deadwards is up to Imp. Imp in the back TC. Adding in workshops. Bulgarians do not have access to bombard cannon, which could be a way to try to turn this back if he gets Imp. You can cannon the Trebs. This castle goes down eventually. Oh my gosh, Ray's gonna go for a castle. Can Deadwards be prepared and one-shot the castle foundation? I think maybe Ray's aware of that, wants to go for the Mangonel. Ooh, that mining camp. Might have just tanked a shot and kept the Mangonel alive. Ray will fend that off. Ram is through on the market as the Mangonel falls back. Ray wants another castle. And the res collected are still within 1,000. Yeah, enough rams. Bulgarians will have the cheap siege workshop upgrades. I don't know if he can wait until siege ram though. The castle's down, not much stone left. Remember, Bulgarians get the free two-handed swordsman upgrade. He's going for pikeman. Doesn't have much gold access. But that's actually an idea, two-handed swordsman. I think you need at least cap ram, and if Ray sees this, he should start training Teutonic Knights to fight the rams. Like, Teutonic Knights should wreck the Bulgarian swordsmen. There are the rams. Perfect opportunity for Teutonic Knights. But Mangonel's behind the castle should be able to protect against this. Ray even reacts with his own walls. Nicely done as a Vil goes down, but that'll slow down the rams just a bit. And there it is, there it is. He has a Teutonic Knight. He does it. He has a Teutonic Knight for us. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, look at him. That cyan. What's he even hitting? The pikeman. Oh, he's doing it. And at the awe of the Teutonic Knight, Deadwards will call it the GG. That's the sign you've been defeated right there when the cyan Teutonic Knights start popping out. So Ray with the Teutons Trush on Arena. 8-4 KD, but pulls ahead after the initial dip in economy to send 8 Vils forward. Pulls ahead due to all the eco damage and panicking and counter-castling that was needed. Had a clean imp behind it too. Are they more powerful in Cyan? Everything is. Alright, so that'll be a win on Arena for Ray. And first picked Teutons against last picked Bulgarians. Again, Orange Teutonic Knight, they are good in all colors. That's what I do when I see Teutons on the flank and I'm in an arena team game. I drush. Drush and I pull Vils with Loom to fight the tower. So it'll be time for Deadwards to pick the home map then. And this will be one heck of a Civ matchup, as after playing the Teutons, we're going to have Celts from Ray. So, Dravidians for Deadwards against Celts from Ray. Celts on this map. So we saw... Oh, we've seen this map before, but I think it's a very tricky map to play. As we get going on game number 2. We'll have a Javelina. Each player, I think, is guaranteed 1 Javelina. That's only 300 food, and Ray could lame that. Oh, Ray, lame that. Ray, no, show no mercy. Oh, is he going for it? Yes, he's going for it. Oh, yeah, so on this map... Oh, that's a brutal, merciless... You really have to go and scout to find your boars. They're far and wide and super far away. And Deadwards is looking for that Javelina, but sadly won't find it. And so he'll have to take that boar, and if he's lucky and keeps going, he'll find it. Oh, he might not even have seen the boar that just walked out of his line of sight on the side. And we'll have a lumber camp for Deadwards.
Sorry.
And we'll go out to those monkey puzzle trees. Again, I don't think those are native anywhere in the United States. But I guess they look kind of cool on the map. These trees here are actually from Argentina or Chile, not from South Dakota. Maybe there's a tree in South Dakota that looks like them? Not a tree native to the region, I'm sure. They do look nice. They do look nice. Would have been disrespectful not to take free boar. And hey, it's a tournament. You take that free boar. You do it. Edwards needs to go lure the boar in earlier, right? he does lure in a boar, but this when we cast the Jafar's game, the very, very clear difficulty of the map is keeping enough food underneath your TC. Whether it's pushing in ibexes, luring in the boars, making sure you have a mill on the berries in time to keep bills working. And we're going to see the difference between the higher and lower elo players, where the higher elo players will figure that out. Ray with 2 javelinas, now pushing in more ibexes, going for the mill now. And the food is all there. Food is all there. So for Ray, he'll be able to do a nice, probably 19 pop-up scouts build, or 19 pop-up whatever he wants, but the counts lots of vills on wood. Is this going to be a fast castle from Ray? The one thing about doing a Huang build on this map, I don't think you have enough food to pull off a fast castle that smoothly. And maybe if you go heavy on wood with Celts, you could invest into farms. Oh, Ray's saying I don't need to push this. I'm just gonna... oh. Ray is gonna douche. Ray's gonna douche. You need 10 vills. There he goes. Oh, Ray's gonna douche. I was like, well, what's going on with this forest? Why is there a cactus in the middle of the forest? Why does he have so many on wood in the Dark Age? This explains it. He's researching Loom, and after Loom finishes, the TC will be deleted. And then poor Deadwords will have a TC right on his doorstep. There's Ray, one more Vill, then goodbye TC. Hello, new TC. Oh no, poor Deadwords. Doesn't have any food under the TC. He can't click feudal. He's trying to drop off food at the mill. Remember, your TC will take 20% extra damage. Oh no, the boar attacking the Vill from uphill. There is feudal age. There'll be no other Vills to shoot the boar at the TC. Yeah, they're both on cracked terrain. They are both on cracked terrain. And how well does Deadwords know how to deal with a douche? I don't know. One way to do it, let the TC die, move it somewhere else. With all these hills, there really isn't a good second TC spot. You do it back here, but then it's on cracked terrain still. Do it up here, but then it's not near any resource. Maybe up here it can't be hit by a second douche. Well, if you click feudal, you basically commit yourself to needing to repair until you get feudal. Usually 2 vills is all you need to repair. Maybe you need 3 on cracked terrain, but 2 is probably all you want. Yeah, so they both count as cracked. If you wanted to garrison and fight, he could. But the wood upgrades are different for the civs. Celts will get more wood in the Dark Age through their chopping speed bonus. Javidians only get wood when they advance to the next age, so... in the Dark Age, there'd be no eco bonus for them. They just lose the douche fight. So here's Deadwords up to feudal. Barracks for Deadwords 2. Ray also luring in a boar. Oh no. Well, the good thing for Deadwords is he didn't lose the TC before feudal. They will go down very quickly now. So cracked terrain bonus for the win. And Ray, he's not done douching. He's going to delete that TC and go for a follow-up TC over here by the wood line.
Sorry.
Or he's just going to Vill fight until he sees the next TC, and then he'll do a follow-up TC. Either way, it's a Vill fight in time. And he's going to try to stop Deadwords from getting wood. And he somehow just got a ton of wood dropped off. Oh, he has another lumber camp out there. There we go. Yeah, Ray, eventually, if archers come out, eventually he will need to get feudal. And the barracks in the range, it is good on Deadwords to have enough to get the range up.
Hey.
Usually it can be tricky to get the range out in time, and we see Deadwords still struggling housed. Needs wood for houses. And Ray now can Vilfight on the gold if he sees that. The second lumber camp, the second clandestine lumber camp was nice. Did Ray scout that? Ray gonna run to the TC so he keeps the scout alive. No, he didn't see the clandestine eco. And he might not have seen the mining camp yet. If he's clicking vills, he might see that they're gold miners. Ray would love to kill the scout. Especially keeping his own alive. And there's Ray up to feudal. And up, he's sending more vills to Vilfight. Lots of excess wood now as the Celts.
Sorry.
We might lose the scout. And if Deadwards abandons this, then Ray even can Vilfight the archery range. Stop archer production, but say all same accomplished by stopping the gold. His feudal age for Ray. Well, I'm glad we found this set. This was interesting. So, douching on South Dakota Badlands. I wonder what the right counter on cracked terrain is. I mean, you could have a huge bonus if you garrison your TC with 10 vills and shoot the TC while it's going up, but you're still against Celts. And the Dark Age Celts wood bonus will be crazy. Because it's not staggered per age, it is straight up 15% faster. So archers and skirms out, there's Ray up to feudal. He has a barracks, he's going to go double range himself. 5 on gold? Let's see if he goes archers or skirms. So TC over here on a gold, on berries, on a couple of wood lines. Also a boar that could be lured in for Deadwards. And against a few skirms, maybe Ray wants to open skirms here. How would you go Dravidians on this map? For skirms, maybe. But the nice 200 wood bonus he got when he hit feudal was good to get the range up. So now there are a few archers and skirms out, yeah, and Ray opening one skirm, one archer, doing fletching. Managed to get a blacksmith too. Celt's eco for the douche has been sick for Ray. So skirm, and now some more archers. He does armor, he could fight this. I mean, there's no blacksmith upgrades for Deadwards. Oh, the map shows where his TC is, really. Does it? Well, I guess it's pretty easy to find it. Oh, some quick gates. Not going up in time. Yeah, cracked terrain equals TC, if that's what you mean. I was looking for like a Vietnamese bonus. Sometimes maps do like revealed areas. Thought there might have been one around the TC. Thank you, Kino AoE, for the follow. Welcome in. Actually, we were really close to 16,000 followers. Or 15,789. So we're closing in on that. That'd be a crazy number for us to hit this and then keep growing over the summer. So nice. Yeah, Ray building an arena to fight with all the vills against the skirms. Thunderdome. Boxing match, stabbing match. Those vills doing some front stabbing. Ray buying food, going double range. And now I guess the hard part is he needs to find where Deadwards is. Here's everything from Deadwards cleaned up on this side. Or Ray is gonna have to find him to finish the match. I mean, I don't know if Ray's realized that he ran this way. Deadwards just hiding, hoping he's not found. Another sneaky lumber camp. Why didn't he wall in the range? He didn't really need to. Maybe it could have been an option for him. Hello, Chipmunk. Deadwards, well, not looking too good, to be fair. I mean, he's got some fighting left still. Only a 4 villager difference. So there's fletching, more skirms from the range gonna pop out.
நான் தயார்.
Have love, kid.
Sorry.
ஏய் சரி என்ன கட்டளை?
And Edwards will call the GG. So, realizing he's just...
Forget it.
நான் தயார்.
His eco's been found. Has
என்ன
to run
கட்டளை?
everything. The farms would be delayed. That was a quick one. Well, some of these are quick with the elo differences. We still have like 20 minutes to kill before Emu's set. Maybe we just go cast a ranked game. See, capture age needs to let me click show score. Yeah, it's a best of 3, 11, so no best of 5s. Not until later on. Alright, Ray, more res collected. The Celts, one of the good douching civs. Maybe not the top, like Persians, but definitely up there. The wood bonus is sick for it. Yeah, Ray will get his comeuppance. What is the map Immigration that Ray played against the AI? Never seen this before. Oh, that's a crazy map. I was going to show this off. Ray added in a dummy wreck on an absolutely beautiful map. Like, I'll have to check this map out sometime. This is amazing. Let's look at this AI game. Not that it's a game or anything, but just because Ray's playing the map. Like, look at this map. This is beautiful. You could definitely use some updated trees. Like, it's literally just bamboo. But this is a nice map. Oh, this would have been a nice nomad map, maybe. So, look at those berries in the middle. This feels like one of those Woobly era maps. The way it's set up, but this looks pretty cool. I like the idea. Some mad, yes. Some hills out here. All right. We'll need to do some games on that map at some time. I like that. That was an interesting name, and it gave us an interesting setup. Yeah. I'm not setting the colors for that. The colors didn't matter. That's just an AI. Oh, wait. Hello? Wait, what? That was weird. OBS was bugging out and not changing my scene properly. Alright, so we'll just, get some time to kill. Let's see what we do for the next game. Maybe there's someone playing a ranked game we can cast. So then we'll have Emu Warrior versus... And who's Emu's opponent again? Its Jskillz. You casted him in the Community Cup. Nice. So we got about 20 minutes before that happens. So let's just see. Do we have any high-level games going on? I could cast... Oh, Scotty versus... That's 27 minutes in, though. I would cast Scotty. He's an American. Just cast MBL versus Kasva. They're good ways in. They have the Malians-Italians matchup. Alright, and let me just set up our scoreboard then. This will be MBL as the Italians against Asfa as the Malians. This will be on Arabia. This is just a ladder waiting for Emu. Alright, so let's cast the ladder game while we wait for Emu. And so what do we have here? Malians against Italians. We'll have some militia rushing against MBL. The alien civ matchup. Some laming from the militia on the chickens. This is the chicken version of Arabia. Oh, lovely snowy graphics for the African mill. Oh, that looks really neat. That's really neat. Also, this Arabia using the darkened snow texture. It's like snow that got kind of rained on or inundated with road salt. Not the bright, white, blindingly bright, fluffy snow. I like that terrain, but it also feels a bit too dark. So Kalpit breaking into MBL's base. Oh, gets mangonelled in the face though, as MBL had to go for some house walls. We got Bodkin for MBL, crossbows and mangonels dancing at the front. Kalpit ahead in res collected, Vil counts basically the same. MBL getting a bit of a counter raid, but cleaned up by Kalpit, and we're getting caught up to lifetime here. So MBL to score lead, but all things the same. Kalpit res collected lead, similar Vil counts. He's gotten to a decent spot here. Yeah, impressive how the Malians were prepared for snowfall with their architecture. You gonna make Ray get out of the hammock? Ooh, double kill. Now MBL paying attention. Repairville for Kalpit, split for MBL. Timing, Repairville killed. Timing jumping around there. Ballistics for MBL. Will this mangonel hit the crossbows? Nope, Kalpit splits out of the way. Next thing we'll get air conditioning in European buildings. Now, that was a thing I didn't have when I was living in Ithaca, New York. It was known for having very cold and snowy winters. And since it was a college-heavy town, it was more sparsely populated over the summer. So some of the apartments did not quite have air conditioning. And when I was there over the summer, it got very warm. And uphill mangonel doesn't get a shot off for Kalpit. MBL doing a great job dodging all the mangonel shots. Ooh, mangonel goes down. Crossbow's forcing the Vil back. Crossbows here. We'll pick off some more crossbows as they try to dance a bit, get away. Mangonel, nice shot. Crossbows won't quite be able to finish it off. Oh, nice shot from Kalpit. Kalpit now takes the score lead. As collected, Kalpit still ahead, and the Vil counts are the same still. So castle for MBL. Kalpit brings his army together, has the numbers, and will, as MBL dodges, those ballistics on the crossbows will help Kalpit get some kills. The mangonel battle legend. Also buying 100 stone for 166 gold. Picks off some more crossbows. It's called Immigration. Yeah, I'd never seen that map before. I like the concept. Probably needs a bit of work to bring it up to modern beautification standards for maps, but it looked like a fun concept. I guess in some ways, well, it's very different, also somewhat similar to Tefiti that we're using in Warlords, where you start on a central island and have islands on the outside to move to. So with this, now we'll have a third TC for MBL. Kalpit's been on 3 for a bit, but idle time, and Mangonel's still trying to get away, loses the Mangonel. Genoese crossbowman not going to be too useful here. The one thing that won't scale as well for the Malians as it would for the Italians would be the Imp transition. Imp is cheaper for the Italians, look at the cheap Bombard cannon. They can go Condottieri. And they have Bracer. No Bracer for Malians is rough for their archer line and for their skirms. Now, Kalpit might be able to break through as MBL needs to keep committing to defensive Mangonels. That gold is pretty exposed, and I think... Oh, there's an unfinished palisade there. MBL had only tapped that, and now needs to run off of that gold, so a bit more idle time for him. And try to defend with that Mangonel. The crossbows keep pushing forward. Tower for MBL. Upfield Danceville. Ooh, Kalpit takes a Mangonel shot. Pick off another Ville in the process. And this is now maybe where you're thinking more about hitting repair Villes. Well, what is the range on that tower? That's a Bodkin tower doing damage to the crossbows. Now Kalpit will lose that army, but pull ahead in Villes again. Ville 2k now, res collected ahead. Better KD for MBL, but not all that much. Problem when facing the Italians, though, is they do win that race to Imp. Let's see, we got about 10 minutes before Emu's supposed to start drafting. And it'll be Emu time. So who were the top 4 seeds then? Probably Daniel, T90, Emu, and who else was in that top 4 number 1 pot? Download Emu Trebs mod. Need to download all Emu's mods for casting Emu. Look at the dancing from MBL. Dancing. Looking like Dark IRL with those dance moves. We'll have Imperial Age on the way. And our Italians player, no surprise there, clicks up first, but Kalpit won't be far behind. And there he goes, another 25-second difference maybe? More like 15 seconds. Someone today is gonna get outnoted eventually.
Presto.
And that Mangonel will roll on in. The Mangonels trade shots. Ooh, MBL even kills a wolf. Poor Ornlu out there. So what's going to happen now? It's going to be a double castle Treb production setup for MBL. Against only one for Kalpit, but Kalpit could do another castle. Over here, this hill is a tempting place for a castle overlooking that gold. We need to get some Villes out there. It might be a bit dangerous. But if he could fight off MBL's army, he could go for it. And oh, over here, it looks like Kalpit lost the fight to some crossbows. But he has a huge Ville lead now, but it's Italian's Imp transition, and this is so tricky to deal with. Kalpit for the next castle. Okay, he's finding a bit more of a defensive castle on a hill overlooking his own gold. Another tower on his stone, making sure that crossbows or arbalists won't be able to raid him easily. Emu, Daniel, T90, Bloodless, Yellow Jacket, Smokey, and Scotty were the ones that got a buy. Okay. I think I saw Ink signed up too. I don't think Phosphorus signed up, and I don't think Influenza signed up. I didn't see Spring either. No metal RTS either. And Panda Man, thank you for the follow.
Presto.
Chico.
Impero. Presto. Impero.
And there's the first treb for Kasva. Going for the treb fight, chemistry for MBL, and he'll look to make those cheap bombard cannon from the Italians. Not even investing to trebs himself. Gonna go for Italian cav archers. Alright, and this is where it could become a skirm war. But Mullins, without bracer, not the best skirms. Kasva bringing up a treb from his back castle. We'll get a third treb from the forward castle. And has stone even for a third castle. Third castle might even be good to do at home to defend the farms.
Impero.
And this castle here from MBL will fall. Trebs will take out the houses.
Presto.
So Cavalier, Chain Barding, and Elite Skirm from Kasva. And he has to idle his farms for those orbs. That's why I was thinking maybe the castle would be here. He did it back. Well, he did a defensive castle, just in a bit of a different spot on that gold. Here are the trebs are a bit too far forward for Kasva. The cannon are going to pick them off. Ooh, getting a bit out of position. Maybe he can get lucky and snipe off a cannon. He can attack ground on the hill. And nope, misses the cannon. And MBL will micro and dodge and take out the trebs. Okay, one cannon down at least. Treb's not going down for nothing. Can he get a parting shot? Nope, can't get a second cannon. So 3 trebs for 1 cannon, 1 cheap cannon. Not a good trade for Kasva. He's fallen behind in score now. And MBL playing the Italians to their strengths, using the box formation on the Arbs. Going for the cannon. Loses 1 castle, but he's fine. Doing a very defensive castle at the back of his base, waiting for conscription. One bombard cannon hits the cannon from MBL. MBL amassing more cannons, getting up to 5 now. Run the Arbs under the castle in an attempt to snipe the cannon. Lots of repair vills. If they go to repair, then they're not going to be in the castle to shoot the Arbs. That cannon survived for a while. Arbs will come over and take out some of the Arbs. Well, MBL just realizing, you know what, I can end the game with a push. He's realizing Emu's going to be drafting soon. Let's take out this castle and end the game. Down it goes. So Kasva trying to make those skirms, those bracerless skirms, but not winning a fight with them. Doesn't have armor on them either, so the Arbs on the hill will tear them apart. Skirms really do need their armor upgrades. And I think MBL is just going to march to victory now. Capture doing this little blink when I alt tab. Cannon taking down the houses, taking down the watchtower. As the Cavaliers run in, this could be sniping the cannon. This is a good charge from Kasva. Trying to keep himself in the game. If he can snipe off 6 bombard cannon, that's actually crazy expensive, even for the Italians. How many cannon are going to go down?
Presto.
Many times as Malian's in such a position. Let's see, the Cavaliers don't even have Farimba. Oh, nice cannon shot. Another archer armor now for Kasva.
Impero.
Cannon shot flying over the head of the Yarbs.
Ein.
Flying over the heads of the Yarbs.
Presto. Impero.
More cannon for Kasva. Trying to go cannon Cavalier. And he does still have castles should he be able to get Farimba.
Denna.
He needs to put his vills back to work. Maybe think about walling up the sides in case he has to deal with raids later. Cavalier's charging the Yarbs. You have all their blacksmith upgrades at least. Still just lacking Farimba, but might be enough to charge the Yarbs nevertheless.
Impero.
MBL closer to 200 pop than Kasva is. Kasva still missing final armor for his skirms. His vills do what they can to repair the cannon. But I feel like MBL is still winning the fights. He has a great KD. Cavaliers run into another castle. And as much as Kasva has a couple of cannon, doesn't really have the siege forces yet to take down a castle. And there is Farimba. There is Farimba for him. Doesn't take too long to research that. Why is he going Pyrotechnia when he doesn't have hand cannoneers? Do you think... I mean, that tech was updated at one point. Does he know what it does?
Ein.
It used to be a VC for the armor. Maybe he thinks he still gets armor from it. There is Farimba. There's still a chance for Kasva to play this game like he were Hera. Maybe get 20 more farms and start going Farimba light cav raids on the side. Seeing how most of MBL's castles, yeah, they defend the farms, but not the wood lines as much.
Impero.
That was the castle leader? Wait, Silk Road was the imp one? No, I think Silk Road was always the castle one. Trade units discounted. Relic situation 1-0 in favor of MBL. Here's light cav. A fully upgraded light cav, 19 of them. He'll forgo fighting in the middle as much as he can and look to raid. There are the hand cannoneers. There are the Pyrotechnia hand cannoneers. MBL's doing it. And they switch? I don't think they switched it. I know Yeoman was moved to the Castle Age for the Britons, but made so expensive that you're really never going to do it in the Castle Age. Wait, really? So the armor was the Castle Age tech and Silk Road was the Imp tech? Really? I always thought that was the Castle Age tech. Well, MBL clearly does know what it is. He is adding in the hand cannoneers. The Scorpion hand cannoneers. Pyrotechnia means that they do pass-through damage like scorpions. They both shoot and keep going. Also, it's extra... yeah, 15% bonus pass-through damage. I don't know why it says plus 15%, because they don't do it without that. They do deal pass-through damage now. While the skirms crumble. And the wiki does at least usually have a decent recollection of the patch notes. So here come the light cav raids. This is Kasva playing like Hera with the light cav raids. Trying to keep MBL's eco idled. Idled more so than the dead cav from the raids are worth. And he's also trying to fight the hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers, they're doing great against the light cav. Look at all the dead light cav from the hand cannoneers. Cav are supposed to counter hand cannoneers, right? Oh, man. There's not even a single Genoese crossbow added in there. Yeah, Kasva calls it GG. Check the stats real quick, and then go check Emu's set. 300 to 218 KD for MBL. Better eco at the end, too. But, I mean, a nice early game from Kasva, but MBL defended well enough that he was able to turn it into the imp transition situation like he wanted. So, okay, now we'll go back to the real matchup. Emu Warrior against Its Jskillz. This is the best of 3 qualifier. And have they started drafting yet? Oh, yes, they have. We have a map draft. We do have a map draft. Lovely. Let's get the maps there and just wait for the civs. And Mesa Verde will be map number 1. And there are the civs. Oh, they're done with the civ draft too. Emu picked Teutons, lots of Teutons. Imagine we have Byzantines versus Teutons with Cataphracts massacring Teutonic Knights. Oh, that'd be amazing. Alright. So let's just go check this out. Mesa Verde. Map number 1. Alright, I will run to the bathroom real quick, then we'll get this game going. They're in the lobby. The match is playing now. The match is playing in 9 seconds. And it'll be Teutons against Wu. Teuton's popular on this map. Okay. Map takes a bit to load in. And here we are. Ooh, I haven't seen it spawn in this orientation yet. Let me swap the colors. There we are. So, Its Jskillz in the yellow to the west will be playing as the Wu. Emu Warrior in the purple to the east will be playing as the Teutons. Now, a bit of an elo gap, but this is the second round, so it's an elo gap between higher level players. If you have trouble reading the yellow, that's okay. It's 1783 for Jskillz. And then 2217 for Emu. The Elo disparity. Now, Emu definitely the favorite, but this is still the early rounds. I'm sure he'll be challenged later on. So this is one of the custom maps made for the competition. Tons of these boulders out here. DLC boulders A, B, and C. All scattered around the outside, making it a very compact base. Something like Cliffbound or Socotra, basically. Is there a way to the outside? If there is a way to the outside, then we're going to be submitting bug reports to Nilly. I don't want to say no, because you never know what's going to happen. But there shouldn't be a way to the outside. And it looks like we have a lame. Your javelinas are on the outside, and Emu Warrior ready to strike right from the start is laming the javelina. Its Jskillz trying to chase him down. Maybe you could go for the counter lame. Emu didn't take his own javelina. So this is where you can take the javelina, be nice and calm, only take 2 hits instead of the 3 hits that Emu seemingly took. Well, one problem with the Teutons then, if you want to trush, you're not going to have your scout in the fight with all that HP that's gone. And he has to be careful with how he kills it so it doesn't hit the scout again. Oh, but look at that. Nice little alleyway between the houses, where he can run to the end and get the boar in the right position. Look at that. Look at that use of the map. Emu using the houses. Also, all the houses are the same. Are these all the house graphics are the same. Ooh. Now it's got me thinking in Empire Wars, or, no, in the Nineville start maps, when I place houses, are all the houses the same? I gotta go check that now. Yes, but there's the Ville from Emu hunting the next Javelina. Gonna bring that in. So this will be the final set I cast today. I think 4 sets is pretty good for an evening. Well, we'll keep our best eye on USA Cup. You lame me, lol. How? What do you mean, how? The trash talk. The trash talk. No, Dark Age houses have 3 rotations. They have 3 rotations. Maybe I need to place houses as individual objects and randomize set facet. I don't know. I've not looked at this map script. I don't know how it places the houses.
Yeah.
I'll need to check that now. I just earlier today swapped out Pacific Islands so that instead of houses, they start with huts. So, real advantage for Emu Scout here. But less HP from the lame. And Its Jskillz now will have the answer to the question. How is he lamed? It was by Emu's Scout stealing the boar. Or stealing the Javelina. There's Loom for Emu. Also some hares out on the map you can hunt. And Emu is up. Emu's up 21 population. 21 population also for Jskillz. Just a bit of idle time. And small difference in res collected. And with the barracks, we'll see. Maybe we'll have some militia. No mill on the way up, actually. Mill just now, so it'll be a late couple of militia. We'll have militia also from Emu. The Teutons, they have their barracks and stable units, extra armor, but that starts in the Castle Age. For now, it's going to be the farm discount and the extra tower garrison capacity. +5 with more arrows. Ooh, Emu losing the scout, the militia. Hits it with the club, takes down the scout, says, "Don't lame me if you want your scout." And DM Karkara, thank you for the follow.
Heise? Ja? Heise?
And the militia need to come forward. The militia bypassing each other. And Emu Warrior with the villager on the fox will have the villager found by a couple of militias and the scout. So Its Jskillz can jump that Ville. If he wants to. She's trying to stay in the unscouted area. There'll be an archery range right in the middle of the map. Militia, 1 versus the forward ones. A Ville was fighting there. So Its Jskillz able to take a bit of a fight before the Men-at-Arms upgrade comes in. Archery range now for Its Jskillz too. Both players doing a range. The Men-at-Arms are maybe a tiny bit late. And at least, I was going to say, at least 2 of them go down now. One of them is very low on HP, but gets the scout. Jskillz might have been able to micro that ever so slightly better. But there he goes. There he goes. That's what he needed. And it's only 1 Man-at-Arms. We get double range now for Jskillz. Pumping out an archer. Archer also for Emu.
Later.
And we might see transitions from archers into skirms then. The woo. So far, military production buildings and docks provide plus 55 food. So every time you build a barracks, you can, or an archery range, you can cue another villager. Or help research a double bit axe.
何种命令 Belated. Haste.
准备就绪。
Yeah.
So archers taking down the men-at-arms.
Haste. Yeah. Haste. Belated.
什么？
But they will run into some skirms now. Skirms fending them back.
何种命令？ 什么？准备就
As
绪
the。militia, some more archers pop out of the ranges. Militia starts walking
何
around.
种命令
What is that? A condor flying by. One of those new birds with a square selection box. And a few more archers and skirms pumping out of the range for Emu. 26 to 28 Vils, so a bit of idle time for Jskillz, even with the woo bonus.
何种命令？
Yeah.
It's an isolated skirm. Jskillz wants to pick it off.
Belated.
喂，
And we'll have to maybe defend using the hill. That's another man-at-arms that'll go down. Emu not able to break in.
Haste.
Man-at-arms picked by the archer. Jskillz kind of walling up the whole map almost.
Belated.
And then there is fletching for... Oh, no fletching was in earlier. Well, no fletching for either player. Both of them only with double bit axe, so struggling for a low eco game here. Emu 500 res collected ahead. Has that now defensive tower by the wood and the gold. Great tower for him.
"何种命令？
And I'll be fletching for Emu.
什么？
Haste.
As he's making a couple of scouts now.
准备
There
就
are
绪。
enough archers there, and they can maybe deal with the scouts. And Emu just gonna wall. He's not gonna let the archers dive.
Hey, yeah.
Ooh, gonna lose a Vil.
什
The
么？
scouts will come and they'll fight the archers, and the point of the scout on garrison was they were near the tower. The tower will get a few more hits in, and there go the massive archers that were perhaps necessary killing the scouts. The militia will go down, and some skirms will go down to the scout too.
何种命令？
And down it goes, down it goes.
准备
More
就绪。
archers and skirms coming forward for Jskillz. Actually has the military numbers advantage. Vils are equal too, as Emu's had a bit of idle time as well. Jskillz even got a kill.
何种命令？
No, this is oddly enough a fairly close game. Emu only made advantage his res collected. Not nearly as walled as Jskillz is. Jskillz certainly playing well. Here's armor now for Emu. Double range, more production.
什么？
And ooh, we might lose a couple of archers though.
什
Not
么？
patrolling, they run into the skirms. There's armor now for Jskillz. Has to be careful of having a few stray skirms out. And he would love to poke the scout. Ooh, Emu didn't move the scout. Might have gotten a poke had the spear kept going, but you never know that. You never know where your opponent's paying attention. There's a house for Emu.
准备就绪。
Haste.
什么？
In this fight, slightly more HP for Jskillz. Gets a couple of archers down. Res collected for Emu is continuing to climb. He's continuing to get an advantage there. But Jskillz still fighting with army, actually with a Vil lead now. Those cheap Teuton farms are so nice for this situation, though. Has 21 to 1 farm. And Jskillz might need to have a few farms added in. As Horse Collar will come in for Emu now, that applies retroactively. He can delete some of his walls for more room. And has a nice set of scouts. But total military numbers, total population better for Jskillz.
Hasten. Belated.
And now this is where you want the skirms fighting the skirms and the archers going after the scouts. Gets a scout. Throws a spear in there. Couple of scouts going down. The spear not quite able to poke. Another scout down. Okay, my second monitor just blinked at me. Oh, I think Donut raided. My monitor might have blinked because the alert might have broken. But thank you, Donut, for the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate the raid. Welcome into Jskillz versus Emu, where Emu's the higher seed, but he's about to lose a fight. He's gonna lose a fight here. Let's go, Emu. You're saying that it may be the wrong moment as he just got massacred. He's up to the castle age, though, but at the cost of not having as much army as Jskillz. So Emu's walling. He's walling up. Right now, he's losing some map control. As Jskillz, not too far away from being up himself, will push forward. There are ninjas in my donuts. Are there donuts in your ninjas?
Ja. Hey, ja.
Ooh, that's another
Hasten.
Vil. We'll go down. So that's 3-0 Vil kills so far for Jskillz. 31 to 31 eco KD. Downside though, just those cheap Teuton farms, Emu was able to keep his eco rolling a bit more smoothly this whole time. You wish your raid alert was my monitor winking at me? I mean, the thing just like blinked black. I'm guessing that Stream Elements bugging out with the raid alert. Did you guys see an alert pop up? But thank you, Donut, for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream, because you are a lovely person. You did see an alert? Okay. Maybe my monitor just alerted me too late. So the raid's supposed to be a longbow dropping off some woad raiders. So Castle Age now, Castle for Jskillz. And this is going to be double stable Teuton Knights for Emu. Remember, Teutons do resist conversions, so doing a monastery to counter this is a bit awkward. As Emu up to the Castle Age. And House and Barracks for Jskillz. Ooh, Barracks. Could this be double Barracks Pikes? Oh, let's go. Double Barracks Pikes against the double stable Knights. Doesn't want to go monasteries against the Teutons. Emu will add in a workshop. And, or maybe this is Gen Swordsman? I don't know, but the Woos certainly do have good infantry. They heal over time. Jskillz out of stone, otherwise I think outposts would have been a nice idea. Having one bill on stone for outposts would have been nice. And right now we have 10 farmers. Against how many for Emu? We have 23. 23. Scale mail armor in Jskillz, and we'll have a siege workshop up as well. As the knights come forward. Crossbow Bodkin, Wheelbarrow, all clicked for Jskillz as he's getting ready to fight. And one of the Castle Age techs he needs to fight properly. Has to avoid the mangonels, though. Has to avoid the mangonels. Doing the monastery. Is that the right choice against the Teutons? Still helpful, at least. Still helpful, at least.
什么？何种命令？
Mangonel hits spears, wheelbarrow finishing. Jskillz still up in Vills, closing the res collected gap. That was around 1,000 earlier. Now it's down to 400. And remember, Emu, he's been climbing. When he plays on the ranked ladder, he matches against Slam nowadays. Jskillz 1,700 and giving Emu one heck of a game.
准备就绪。何种命令？
Now, which player will be the first to do another TC? There's the first Mangonel.
准备就绪。
And how's the Mangonel micro going to turn out? Shin Swordsman and a spear ready to defend it. Those scouts will go down. Those scouts will go down. Now Jskillz has to be careful to repair the Mangonel. Don't want to be forward without full HP.
什么？
And actually, wait a minute. Jin Swordsman getting in on the Mangonels. Wait just a minute here. Those Mangonels could go down. It's very low on HP. Sniped off, both Mangonels go down. Monk wants a conversion, will swap targets to the full HP Knight. Teutons are resistant, but there we go, there's the conversion. He's Teutons, but he's not devoted. Now the Knight's pushing forward. Who wins this fight? Are there enough crossbows here? Can the Mangonel get shots on the Knights? Some of those Knights are very low on HP. The Knights are going down. Another spear comes forward. The Monk wants a conversion. The Repairvilles are there. A lot of crossbows are going down, but Emu's losing all of the Knights. Look at how close those scores are. Still 500 res collected difference, both on 1 TC. Jskillz still with a 1 Vil advantage. Emu could mine stone. Emu can't mine stone. He doesn't have any stone. There's no stone accessible for him. He expanded to the top of the map where there wasn't any stone. Maybe if the map were, or if the game were to start over, he'd expand this side first instead of the top, but no stone access for him. He's done 1 tower. Can't do any more right now unless he buys one. He's selling food for gold. Ooh, and Mangonel does go down. Emu keeps his alive. Alright, that is unfortunate for Jskillz.
准备就绪。
Jin Swordsman want to pick that off. Probably a bit too far ahead of them, though.
何种命令？什么？
They get faster when they're injured. Maybe it's a bad thing to Mangonel them, and then they close faster. Monks in the fight. Redemption on the way. Ooh. Another monastery. That's a lot of monks. Redemption monks. If this weren't the Teutons, I'd say let's go. This is the Teutons. Emu's still not devoted. If Emu sees that monastery, I think he needs to do his own monastery just to be devoted. The thing that could ruin the game is a conversion on a Mangonel that then shoots another Mangonel. Monks all targeting Knights. Knights deleted. Monks, they don't have Sanctity though. Lack of Sanctity is gonna hurt. This is a good push with the Knights. That's 22 crossbowmen. We have here 10 Knights. Monks still want conversions. He converts the Mangonel, which clears another Mangonel. And then from behind, the crossbows take 1 hit, but another Mangonel goes down. All the Mangonels for Emu are out of the picture. There are still monks converting in the back. These Teuton Knights, they resist the conversion so much, but the crossbows are being cleaned. Emu, just enough Knights to make this work. Just enough Knights to make this work. The Teuton's bonus saving him. Jskillz, he almost did what he needed. He cleared all the Mangonels, even pulling farther ahead in Vills during all this. Second monastery didn't get enough monks out in time. I think the lack of Sanctity for not being able to tank at least 1 Mangonel shot really hurt Jskillz there. You gotta get to 45 HP instead of 30. There's a quick conversion. Emu's starting to overwhelm. starting to push forward and at the same time adding in another TC. That has been a really close game. Felt like Jskillz was winning a few fights, but then Emu all of a sudden getting the KD advantage. It is knights against crossbows for the most part, so the resources involved in the KD isn't as bad as the KD seems, but still not that great for Jskillz, as he's adding in a castle. Maybe add more TCs behind that. Fire archers, could that be a thing? Only comment you found is Artemis 2. I think we have a whole bunch of people rooting for Jskillz now. Everyone always roots for the underdogs in these matchups.
何种命令？
Monk wants to convert a knight, but the knights pick off the monk.
什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
And there's Sanctity, but Sanctity may be too late. Will we, however, start getting Fire Archers? And will Fire Archers be effective against the Knights?
什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
Maybe we could have seen Pikemen instead of some Jin Swordsmen, and a more concerted effort to have the Knight counter unit added in. But there is Imp for Emu. Happy Rage just blinked as I jumped over there. It's gone Pike. Yeah. I'm curious. Maybe if instead of another monastery, we have pikes. Obviously, Emu could do something different then too. Could add in more siege. Could go his own infantry.
准备就绪。
But still, Jskillz playing very well this game. Oh, he's even gonna win the race to the relic. Look at that.
什么？
Look at that. He distracts with the spear, wins the race to the relic. Is this open? No, that's not open. Monk's got to go around. Pike versus Teutons makes Teutons happy. Yeah, their own pikes with armor end up winning the fight. And in some ways, Monk versus Teutons also makes Teutons happy. There's a monastery for Emu. Still not devoted. Still not devoted. River for Jskillz. Emu
准备就绪。
kind of doesn't want to take the fight while he's up. And with 11 pikemen there, maybe that army would be enough. Did that menu just change from, like, grouped up to not grouped? I guess maybe because I had both players selected. Yeah, if you select both of them, it groups them. It doesn't display the individual units. Oh, interesting. I learn stuff
什么？
because I pay attention to things I see all the time. If I cast enough. Romans a decent civ? They're a decent civ. I mean, there's no civ that's like horrible or unplayable, really. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. If you're looking to buy the DLC, I probably wouldn't recommend that DLC just for the Romans, because it's essentially $15 just for them. As a civ themselves, they're just fine. Our Wu CA? No heavy CA, no final armor, no Parthian, no thumb ring, so pretty bad. We have Bloodlines and Husbandry, so I mean they're okay in the Castle Age. Just missing thumb ring there. Not an imp. And Cav Archer is usually a good unit to have against the Teutons. The slow and extra melee armor nature of the Teutons does not really play well against the Cav Archers. As it's being pushed. And this TC will be pushed, so Jskillz going all in Castle Age against Emu, hoping that the Castle Age will maybe work against the Imp player. Lots of pikemen now. Emu trying to run away from the fight. The monks are charging their conversions. Emu with an outpost bill, some stone walls coming up. Emu has a ram here. Hello, ram. And now, well, the Cavaliers just mean the conversions will be better for Jskillz, right? And he gets one Cavalier. He tries to pull back. Needed to keep the monks converting. You're gonna lose the monks there no matter what. Just keep them converting. But this military, 50 to 23, could Imp have been a mistake for Emu? If Jskillz can overrun in army numbers, this TC has to frantically be repaired. The res collected are still so even. But now there's just no way to fight the Castle Age Cavaliers. They have their armor, so the crossbows will be doing only 1 damage to them. And Cav Archers at least would be doing 2 damage in the Castle Age, but still not great. And this is basically the only thing you can do now is all in Pike, but Emu has the production. He has the Cavalier numbers. All of a sudden, that was 50 military down the drain, and Jskillz will call the GG. But man, that was one heck of a game he just played against Emu. 195 to 68 KD. You can see he was constantly ahead in army. And maybe punished Emu a bit for the early castle. Oh, still found ways to hurt Emu in the early imp, but just couldn't deal with Cavaliers once that upgrade came in. Oh man, that was a crazy game. But yeah, the crossbows become useless against the Cav once they get their armor. Has 7 attack against 6 armor, means only 1 damage. A GG for Emu. Jskillz bringing the fight. Jskillz bringing the fight. So that's Teutons against Wu. Everyone, if you're a sub, type your Teutons emote in the chat. You give me a Teutonic Knight in the chat. But yeah, I think we did see the strength of the Teutons against the monks too, even without being devoted. There we go, DB Cooper has it, 11 has it. Emu made a huge blunder not going Teutonic Knights. I know he only made Teuton Knights and not Teutonic Knights. And yes, there is an absolutely huge difference there. Oh, it looks like Baskets is casting this too. Yeah, at least Ray knew to make a Teutonic Knight. Ray was good. Ray was into it. And Cross will be our next map. Cross. And it'll be Byzantines for Jskillz and Lithuanians for Emu. So no surprise there, Byzantines, Lithuanians on a hybrid map. Emotes, but that's a decent one. I need to get some emotes made for Rage Forest for over the summer, and then for Sudden Disaster. I think being the host of a tournament and having tournament-specific emotes is a good thing to do. Yeah, Cross, Jskillz home map, he picks it after having lost game 1. Again, Paradox is throwing everyone for a loop by having 5 possible maps in the best of 3. So we're not going to see all 5 played. So Emu would love to close it out here. Emu's elo somehow dropped after that game. Now Capture Age is telling me he's only 2k1 instead of 2k2. Well, I should just make it an easier game for Jskillz then. So this is Cross. Not much to say about Cross. We're familiar with it. 8 fish or 8 deep fish in each of the ponds. 4 ponds, 1 in each corner. A classic Rubly map that still is played today. The meta on this map, I'm sure, has undergone many changes from what it was initially, when it would have been galley wars and ponds. We had that era of tons of sneak docks and fire galleys. What it is now with the fish booming and garrisoning, I'm not exactly sure. In terms of relics, well, 3 right up and down the middle. 1, 2, 3. But then 2 more on the side of the map favoring Jskillz. So the RNG favoring the non-Lithuanian player in terms of relic locations. And Byzantines? Ray, do you not like Byzantines? I mean, Skirm Camel against Lithuanians is usually pretty good. Good fires for fighting on the ponds. Don't know how they do in the current meta, though. But always a good civ for Cross. Byzantines are good. I mean, they are my favorite civ. I mean, Lithuanians do have a huge eco bonus here. That's true. That is absolutely true. And maybe, I guess it remains to be seen how effective Byzantines are going to be on cross going forward, with garrisoning in the docks, meaning their forwards and fires probably won't be as effective. These are live games, Ray. Dancing Cactus is not Jskillz. No cacti on this map either. So, Warlord here, 6 on wood. 6 on wood is interesting. I guess you're Lithuanian, so you can get away with it early on. You got too sleepy in your hammock. That's fair enough.
Presto.
I, for one, have a horrible sleep schedule. There's another house for Emu, as this scout will push in a deer for him. Get that deer under the TC. And there it is, nicely done. As Emu wants to bring a Vill back, put it on the board. And all things working out fine in the Dark Age for Emu. Ooh, 23 seconds of idle time, though, for Jskillz. Looks like he messed up keeping the TC running. Ooh, and not something you want happening on your home map, either. That eco advantage for the Lithuanians will only explode then, if Jskillz finds himself a Vill behind in terms of idle time.
Salve.
Didn't even have any loom there, either, to make up for the idled TC. But at least it's keeping pace in fishing ship production. Just a bit behind the Lithuanians, but you always will be. And we'll have his scout forward, and he will find Emu's dock. Hello, Oliver. Hello on YouTube. Emu's still 6 on wood. Curious he has 6 instead of 5. Emu map kind of OP. Well, he does have a very forward gold, though. Golden berries both forward. Ooh, but Jskillz running under the TC, taking some damage. And here I remember the 21st night of September. I don't know any events that happened then. I remember the 5th of November. But that sounds like a very specific night. I mean, it is May 4th. It is Star Wars Day. It sounds very unrelated. Are Byzantines what the Mapuche should be, or can the Mapuche also counter everything? I don't even know what the Mapuche should be. But I mean, the Byzantines are the OG civ, the OG counter civ. It's maybe less about countering so much as having the cheaper units to get their numbers up. As you move up to feudal. OG MBL civ. Chat preferring Byzantines to the Mapuche. Apparently. So there's the barracks for Jskillz. Not going to be a man-at-arms timing barracks, but might be able to go skirm spear. Don't see any movement from either player for a forward dock. Emu just gonna whack away at that palisade for a moment. And fishing lines for Emu. Remember, fishing ships are less efficient now. And fishing lines is a feudal age upgrade. Yeah, on release they had great champion, but that was true for all of those Last Chieftain civs and the Inca rework. Now, the Bolus Riders are crazy good. Alright, so it's Jskillz trying to wall in the berries. Emu just going scouts. Just going scouts, you're a stable for him at home. And we'll try to chase down the vills on the forage bushes, or the DLC orange bushes. As one vill goes down, and oh, that's just a misclick from Jskillz. And the spear, instead of going to fight the scouts, ended up going with the vills to garrison in the TC. And he's going to lose a vill because of that. A blacksmith firm there. No one going for another pond yet, although there we have Emu just sending a vill to prepare a dock. Couple of palisades there for Jskillz. There is a stable here. So double stable for Jskillz in the feudal age. He's up to the castle. I mean, Emu, look at the res collected, is still pretty close, but Emu, since he's investing so much into scouts, doesn't have as much food as Jskillz does for going to the castle age. And those scouts will cause problems, for sure. They're also fighting the spears. Is there a hole behind the blacksmith? There might be. But double stable camel production in 2 minutes will take Emu's scouts and force them back. Emu gonna palisade wall. I'm surprised he's not stonewalling. Doesn't Emu stonewall in the Dark Age? Yeah, hole behind the blacksmith, definitely. Scouts are running in and out there. Yeah, run away with fish. 9 fishing ships to 8. This is where you can run into problems if you do too many fishing ships on one pond. The deep fish kind of get super far away. And thank you, Lighter Chato, for the follow. Welcome in. As your number 15,793 as we're getting close to 16,000. I might hit that this month. That would be crazy good. There is Castle Age for Jskillz. Stick to 1 TC Knights Monks. Well, let's see. Double stable camels. Is Emu not clicked up yet? Emu's not clicked up yet. He has to be fully walled now. Double barracks spears, Lithuanians. I guess their spears and skirms do move faster. Yeah, a couple camels, then knights from Jskillz. Jskillz could even think about simply adding in TCs and booming now. A monastery to help defend in case knights come forward, but... yeah, maybe you fight for relics in the middle? And look at his scouting. He has seen 2 of them. So you grab 2 of those relics. You're basically denying Emu to the point where he only has 1 relic. And at that point, his knights don't become scary. Camels can't really raid. I don't think he needs to raid now. I think he just needs to keep himself safe, get the relics, and boom. He's down in eco population, but that's because Emu hasn't clicked up yet. And that's fishing ships. And fishing ships can take deep fish, add fish traps. Oh, Emu's doing a forward dock. He's doing a forward dock when the fish are almost fished. Only 500 food left here. Jskillz does see that. Free town watch and town patrol. And oh, we also have a dock down here, so Jskillz docking. Okay, Jskillz going to be docking in the south. Byzantines, he's adding in a fishing ship. I think he might not be able to do the fishing ship right away. This Vill trying to Alcatraz herself. Jskillz might have picked yellow, but he's not the Viper. Knights and spears rushing forward. Spears go to poke the camels back. I predict Jskillz will get 0 relics. He's got a monk on the way. I'll see how active Emu can be with the scouts. Emu himself has scouted every single relic on the map. And now is with Hulks in the back of Jskillz fishing eco. Jskillz will do a Hulk himself. Doc's pretty effective at stopping Hulks with their arrow fire. Oh, Jskillz will have the wonderful flag swapping architecture for the Hulk. And camels won't want to fight all those pikes. But here we go, first relic for Jskillz. See if he can stop the fish here. And garrisoning in docks still is annoying. There's medium warships for Jskillz. Already committing to the water, keeping the scouts out of his base. Let's go with the walling. Okay, walling on point. I have Town Watch and Pikeman both for Emu. 1, 2, 3 TCs for Emu 2. Emu's starting to boom. And that's the one thing I'm kind of not seeing from Jskillz. The opportunity was there to add the TCs. Pull ahead in actual vills, but didn't quite take it. But now, what's that? 1 relic, got the one directly from the middle. He just needs to reach out and take that one. I think he's still in an okay spot. I'll see medium warships now for Emu. His fish, well, his fish are... Let's see, he's almost taken all the deep fish. But he's defended them enough to go for the dock. There's so much to micro here. Emu has, what, 3 fishing ships and a vill in the north. Camels and everything down here. And Jskillz needs to protect the monk as it goes for the relic. He knows the Emu has light cav. There's bloodlines. Now we need to see either his own pikemen or skirms to deal with the pikes. And like the light cav just passing, but we'll pick off the monk. And forging on the way for Jskillz. Another house up for Jskillz 2. And he will wall the vills in. The vills have to leave that TC foundation. There he goes. Jskillz still doing more quick walls. He's been doing lots of quick walls this game. Maybe wall the backside, delete that house, then wall the backside of this army. Not going to be necessary. That hill is a bit nasty. The monks here. Like cav going for the monks. Monks trying to hop in the TC. One of the monks made it. TC killing some pikes. TC killing some pikes. Spears versus pikes. Probably not what the Byzantine spears want to be fighting. Much rather be fighting the cav. Third TC for Jskillz, but Emu's just pulling ahead in eco now. And his eco's been a lot smoother throughout this feudal to castle age transition. Yeah, 4K res collected. That is a big difference. So Hulk battle in the south. Let's go Hulks. The exciting Hulks. Along with the War Galley. But that hasn't been enough naval presence to stop Emu from fishing in all the ponds. Emu able to start adding fish traps successfully in the back. And now he's just pulling ahead in eco. Now 81 to 56 eco units. And he doesn't have gill nets yet. There is scale mail armor for Emu. And I'll have an outpost up for him too. Some knights go down in the north.
Presto.
And here will be a mill for Jskillz. And what else? He has 2 relics at least. So I mean, he has kind of he's kind of gotten to the point he needed to be against the Lithuanians. 2 relics on his side of the map. He's gotten 2 of the 3 in the middle, and shouldn't let them get to a point with really strong knights now. But not really able to get the huge, massive numbers the Byzantines want down in military numbers. And taking some stone in the rear that Emu might find with the light cav and be able to raid. Warhawk there going down. Now Emu's starting to take control of all the ponds. Trying to get that quad pond domination while still raiding, killing some bills on land. And the eco difference is just a bit too much at this point. The light cav will kill more vills as the monk's still wandering around. Here is the crossbow upgrade for Jskillz. Pike's still fighting feudal age spears. Can help but think maybe the pikeman upgrade might have helped Jskillz at some point. Maybe he just went castle a bit too quickly and didn't have eco to make army at the start. Couldn't figure out how to boom either. Now gillnets for Emu. This dock's going down. Attempted 4th TC from Jskillz. Attempted a range now for more crossbowmen. There's a castle forward now for Emu. He has a couple Lechi. And there's Imp for Emu. We'll see if Imp is the GG, or if Jskillz will try to hold after that. Force Emu to make a push. Emu, I think he's trying to grab a relic that was up here. Did he get it? Yeah, he has 2 now. So 2-2 relics. The final one down in the south. Emu with the pond might be able to sneak there. Hulk's still trying to hit fishing ships. Pikemen go down to the crossbows. Well, Jskillz does have an army lead, but it is not that good of an army compared to what Emu will have once he gets to the next stage. It'll be the same situation where he can do the final armor upgrade and make the crossbows useless since they'll be doing only 1 damage. IW. What does that mean? What does IW mean? Is that some Gen Z lingo I don't understand in my old age? I have my birthday on Saturday. I'm feeling very old. I win that. That's the first thing that came to mind, but was he just talking about like a fight somewhere on the map? Like, is this Hulk fight? So there's wheelbarrow and gold mining for Jskillz. As Imperial Age comes in for Emu. And let's see what happens once Imp comes in. Okay, I think the first thing Emu clicks then is going to be armor for the Cav. And fat-fingered Ow. Could have done that too. And there's the Treb. Okay, first thing he clicks is the Treb. There's the armor. And And once he has armor, he can take fights pretty much however he wants. Even the light cav will take only 1 damage. I have no idea how old Jskillz is. for all I know, he's an old boomer. Or it's a hotkey he has? Is he like a Vim user trying to type in WQ? I want to be the very best that no one ever was. That is definitely what it means. Okay, he's not giving up. He's not giving up. He's clicking imp. He's clicking imp himself. He's got some fight left. It's over 10k res collected, but he's got some fight left still. Taking a lot of stone. Those light cav will get a nice raid. Winged Hussar is pretty expensive for the Lithuanians. There's a house and a wall in the back. He found 200 Jskillz messages in Discord in a span of 5 months since he joined. IDK, that solves the mystery. Okay, well, Emu taking maybe not the best fight against pikemen. Okay, let's go. Jskillz winning 1 small engagement, maybe losing at the front. Losing at the front. Treb's going for his TC. At least it's not the imp TC. Jskillz skilled enough to put the TC in the back. This is now Cavalier latest push from Emu. Fully armored. Crossbows will be mostly useless. Monk's going for conversions. Is Emu devoted? He is not devoted. Devotion kind of needs to be up here in Capture Age, I think, now. How important it is as a tech. And his eco being overrun by Cav. Doesn't want to give it up, but that first game he played was amazing. And the Vil counts is dropping. Wants to hit Imp, and he is. There we go. He's high enough elo to know you wait until you hit Imp before resigning. Wait until you hit Imp before resigning. So there we go. Emu does win 2-0. 129 to 51 KD. Better eco all around. And that Castle Age didn't really give enough of an advantage for Jskillz to do anything. So Imp into GG. And Emu, perhaps as expected, will move on. And that'll be Lithuanians over Byzantines. So, thank you all very much for watching. That's it for tonight. We'll see. I don't know if there are many games for tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow evening. There are a few more games going on right now. And I'll see what I do tomorrow. And then Thursday will be the start of Warlords. Actually, no, never mind. That's Wednesday. What's today? It's today, Monday? Yeah, I don't see any games scheduled for tomorrow. I see some on Wednesday. So we'll figure out what we do tomorrow. Anyway, thank you all for watching. We'll end on YouTube and then we will go raid someone on Twitch. So thank you so much for the support. And for all the follows too. There's a few tomorrow? Okay, they're not on the dashboard yet. I'll check the confirmed schedule. We'll see what we do tomorrow. And I'll see you all later.